Hello, everybody. Welcome to the first game of a segment I like to call Roll for Revolution on Ain't Got Crit. And we're playing Night Witches. Say hello, Nocturnal Mavens.
Hello, Nocturnal Mavens.
Hello.
Hello.
I am joined by an incredible cast of women plus players, and I'm so excited to be playing this game. It's going to be super queer, it's going to be super leftist, super anti-fascist. We're going to kill some Nazis. We're going to start with introducing everybody. I will just go in a circle, and I will start with Emma.
Oh gosh, I always hate going first. Hi everybody, my name is Emma. I am a TTRPG performer and producer in the actual play space. And today I will be playing, oh boy, I have to switch over to her character sheet because she has a long name, but I will be playing Elizaveta Vorapayeva, also known as Liza for short. And I am super excited to, as I was saying in the promo posts, have some queer fighter pilot shenanigans today.
Yay! And over
Yay.
to Amber.
Hi, everybody. My name is Amber, also known as The Space Jamber. I am a 3-time Emmy-nominated TTRPG writer, editor, podcaster, and streamer. You can find me anywhere there's internet at The Space Jamber. Tonight, I am bringing you my good pal, Sergeant Oksana Boykova. She is a flashy yet really hardy and snarky fighter pilot who just is a little bit misanthropic, so we love that. And she's also extra gay. She might have already slept with somebody in this cast.
Ooh.
Yes.
I'm just saying.
And speaking of sleeping with somebody in this cast, let's move on to On.
Yeah, Elena may have slept with Oksana, so I mean, we don't know. You know, we might do it again. Look, get two best friends in a room, they might kiss. But yeah, so I am On, also known as Onduin. I am the creator of the TTRPG channel Roll D5, where we specialize in playing indie TTRPGs because there's more out there than 5e. So I enjoy playing other indie RPGs on other channels, and it's been wonderful. I also do some paid GM games and start playing that I've started doing, and we've got some really fun ones coming up with sagas as well as the One Ring RPG. But tonight, for Night Witches, I will be playing Elena Tremestova. And she is tall, feminine, and very much in charge.
Yay. I'm so nervous. And now we'll move on over to Nicole.
Hi, I'm Nicole. I am primarily a Let's Player on YouTube, but I also run and help schedule and coordinate a lot of the TTRPG activities in Arizona, including Game On Expo and Crit Hit Arizona. So I coordinate all of those, and I'm just really into TTRPGs, and I like to participate in actual plays and things like that. Today, I'm going to be playing Natasha Alexandrov, who is a sergeant in this squadron. She's very more quiet, doesn't really have a lot of connections, but she tries really hard, even though sometimes it comes off as like more socially awkward. So she's really excited to get close with some people. So let's see how it goes.
And last but certainly not least, we have Rachel.
Hi, I'm Rachel. I am a producer and cast member on RP Jesters, which is an actual play tabletop role-playing podcast. Hooray. Let's see. I am playing Masha Gerasimova. I cannot say my last name. I'm Raven. And character-wise, I'm a little bit of a daredevil. I like to get a little feisty and have some fun, and yeah, let's kill some Nazis. Let's go.
Yay! Yay, and I will be your top brass today. Erin, airing my laundry everywhere, and this is the very first time I've run Night Witches or played Night Witches. It's also the very first time I'm running tech by myself, so in the chat, if you hear something weird or someone's not loud enough, feel free to let me know, and I will try to adjust that as we go. We are also, this is a Powered by the Apocalypse system, so while some of us might be familiar with that, not everybody is, so there might be moments where we have to stop and figure out what move we're going to run or what dice we're going to roll, so just thank you for your patience, and we all learn together. And that is how the war is won. Are you all ready to play some Night Witches?
Yeah.
Yay!
Absolutely.
Wonderful. So, starting the scene, we're going to take a little bit of a flashback to kind of graduation day for your squadron. This was a really quick round of training. It was only 6 months of training, and all of you were already very talented pilots. And you have all succeeded and passed with full marks and merits on everything you needed to, with or without some, demerits for behavior, depending on who you are. And we're going to just get a glimpse of what your training was like. So I'm going to start with Lieutenant Elena. As the only officer of the group, you have been enlisted with carrying these sergeants over into your first duty station. So as the pins are and awards are applied to all of your uniforms and the ceremony is complete, you all have a little bit of time to reflect and mingle. What do we see when the camera pans over to Lieutenant Elena Sharamatova?
Ooh, that's a good one. Elena is very well kept, very, everything about her is pristine. It's hard to find a flaw, like no loose string anywhere, a hair out of place. And she is casually glancing over at Oksana.
And how was your training? How did you find officer training, and how did you, when you were awarded the honor of being able to lead a group of these Night Witches, what did that mean to you?
It was a start for her. This is not the end. This was her initial goal, was to be in charge. She knows very well how things should be run, and therefore she worked her ass off to get to where she is so she could lead her own squadron, even though that is not the end goal for her. That's just the start. So she found training to be remarkably easy compared to some of the other officers who kind of struggled to get to where they were.
Okay. And you notice that as you're looking over to Oksana, a man comes up to you, and you recognize him as Vladimir Pavel. He was one of your commanding officers in training, and he's older, and if he had a heart, you might consider him grandfatherly, but that wasn't something that you saw much of during your time. Although he comes over very solemnly to you and kind of catches you looking over at Oksana. Now, this was a time in the 40s where in Russia, the Soviet state does not look fondly on lesbianism, especially in the ranks of the Red Army, although historically that is where women went to really feel at their most liberated. So you're all aware of the threats that happen under the looming eye of men in charge. And he sort of like sidles up next to you with his hands clasped behind his back and says, Lieutenant,
Commander?
I see you have made it, despite my doubts. Well done. You will be going to Pashkovskaya with the other pilots. And when he says pilots, you kind of cringes. His jaw clenches a little bit. He is very much a traditionalist. Women don't belong behind a pilot wheel. What will be your first order of business when you get there?
There are many things that we could do, but the first is to ensure that everybody has intense familiarity with their aircraft and with each other, so then the trust can be established and they follow my command flawlessly.
Very well. Remember, you represent me, and you represent this army, and you represent this training ground. Do you understand?
Of course I do.
Just keep your head on a swivel and don't linger. And he gives another glance at Oksana, and then he walks away. And then we see the camera sort of go over your shoulder to Sergeant Oksana Boykova. As I would say you're probably, arguably, the rowdiest of the bunch. What sort of covert trouble are you getting up to during the festivities of graduation?
The secret kind of trouble is Oksana had tried to convince everybody to wear like really casual clothes underneath their uniforms so that once we could leave the facilities and leave the festivities, we could shed the clothes of our, of our station and become who we really are underneath it all, and just go celebrate. It's celebration isn't something that is done often, especially during wartime, but Oksana doesn't turn away from an opportunity for a shot of vodka and somebody on her arm.
And with that, we see Nina Turbin come through. She, as if she's reading your mind, she lifts up her skirt and there is a little garter with a little flask there. And she's going to kind of like lean into you a little bit and to hide her leg from, wandering eyes, although everybody knows that she loves it when they look. And she is going to pull out the flask and like share it like at her side with you and say, I know what you wanted. I came with the goods. I stole this from somebody over there. It was a gentleman, a family member coming to visit.
Oh, I'm really proud of you for being able to find something as good as this. Oh,
it's been too long, right?
It's been it's been a minute, yes. Let me have a nip, please.
Yes, of course. And you see her smile fades a little bit. Now, this stint of training was not without its losses. You all have had ladies that you've bonded with who, over the course of the last 6 months, a couple didn't have what it took to join the ranks of the Red Army, and a couple lost their lives in unfortunate circumstances and training accidents that went awry. One of them was somebody that Nina really was very fond of, and as a very closeted queer woman, she felt very safe with you, Oksana. And one of her, Diana, was the woman that you all had lost in a training exercise. And Nina, as she hands over the flask, you see her kind of mischievous smile falter a little bit, and she says, I wish Diana was here. She would have loved this.
She truly was one of the best of us, for sure. But every drink we have tonight, every laugh, every moment of revelry we have tonight is entirely in Diana's honor.
Yes.
You have my word on that.
Oh, I believe you, Oksana. I just want to say thank you so much for just seeing something in me. I amounted to nothing back home, and it really means a lot that through everything you were there, and you saw me, the real me, the one that nobody back home would understand, and Diana saw that too. But I'm glad you're here. Yes, I'm glad you're here.
Same to you, Nina. You really are a streak of light in the night sky.
Thank you. And
you're welcome.
Speaking of fondness, and she sort of like sidles up next to you to look over at Lieutenant Elena. I know it's a little bit of fraternization, but do you have any news for me about you two?
Loose lips sink ships, unfortunately.
Oh, this is true, but it's just between us girls. But if you don't want to share, that's okay. I understand. I just use my imagination,
Oh, I'm sure you'll be using your imagination quite a bit.
Oh, Sana, you're so... and she kind of takes the vodka back and gives a really quick swig and kind of hides it under her hand as a couple people come by. And then we're going to kind of pivot. Sergeant Natasha, you are the quiet one. This is probably the first big celebration in the past 6 months, during a time of just absolute turmoil and just tumultuous uncertainty. What are you doing during the festivities, and how are you processing a bittersweet moment of a graduation and something you should be proud of, and yet you may not see another 6 months?
So Natasha is sitting at a table, mostly alone. There's probably a couple people like straggling around her, and she has a small journal out that she's quickly jotting notes in, mostly working through feelings of loss, anger, and like the mixed emotions of what's going on. And as she looks up, she kind of notices everyone else and is looking at them almost in a way of jealousy, where like she wants to approach them. So kind of working up that courage as she continues to journal at the table.
You see there was the opportunity for some of the more local soldiers to invite their families to see and to see the graduation. And you have a boy who's about 12 or 13. He comes up kind of awkwardly and sits at the table. Sorry, did you say you're at a table or a bench?
Kind of a table, like probably like a half bench, half table.
Yeah. Okay, so he sort of like awkwardly comes up beside you, with his hands in his pockets, and he kind of looks at what you're doing, and he says, do you mind if I sit?
Hello, small boy. Yes, you may sit with me. What is your name?
Peter?
Peter, I am Natasha.
Natasha. Are
Yes,
you
I am.
a pilot too?
Yeah, in a way, yes. Who are you here with? Where is your family?
And he kind of points over, and you see one of the women. You didn't really get to know her at all, but she's laughing with a few of her friends. And he says, "My sister, my sister. She's older." And you're like, obviously. And he's like, she,
Yes.
she's the one that gets kind of all the. I like to write.
Oh, I also like to write. I also doodle. I have drawn a picture of the plane that we fly. Would you like to help me finish it? And I'm gonna set my notebook next to him and kind of open it, and there's like a diagram of the aircraft.
Yeah, he sits down and he sort of like looks, and he's a little intimidated, it seems. He says, "I don't know the parts of the plane."
The only parts that really matter are the wings and the guns, but we will ignore the guns for now. Do not draw the guns, just draw the wings.
Okay, I'll try. And he sort of like he kind of turns the notebook a little bit sideways, and he starts to kind of like roughly sketch to match yours, but the pencil is just super fucking hard against the like hand-eye coordination's still kind of tough, and the pencil snaps, the lead part, and he kind of drops it really quick. He said, I'm so sorry.
It is okay. I have spare pencils, but you need to be careful. Your wing, if you see it, it goes down at the end. That will kill you. So we need to make sure you don't. You have to see how my wing goes out this way. It's velocity. It's very difficult. But be careful, because you need to know this would kill you. But you're fine, so it's okay.
Oh, okay. Well, I think I see my mother calling me. Thank you. Good luck. Don't die. And he runs away.
Yes, you too. Do not die. And she'll just take like a breath and then close her notebook because her pencil's snapped now, and kind of just pocket it.
Yeah. And then we're gonna go over to Sergeant Elisabetta. You are amongst a couple other graduates, and you're kind of admiring your new rewards. A few of you've received little ribbons across your chest and a little training medal. What do you have any family that was able to come see you? And if not, how are you feeling that you're kind of on your own here?
So Elizabeth would be admiring the medals. She's been very sort of like by the books this entire time. And so the fact that she now has the opportunity to have some medals on her coat, she spends a lot of time sort of fiddling with them. She does have a sister named Sonia, but Sonia would likely be a bit too busy to make the trip out to attend. Probably busy working and supporting her family. She has children. She wouldn't be as free to make it out to the ceremony, which Liza completely understands. But there's still that pang as she kind of notices the little boy walking away from Natasha and the family that's sort of gathered there with that other girl. There's that kind of wish that she could see her sister one more time before this happens, especially since she knows that there's a possibility she won't come back.
Right. What does your sister do? Does she work for the cause at all, or does she is she too young to work, or what does she do?
She's likely her husband would likely work for the cause.
Okay.
Though she would be more of a stay-at-home mother, I feel like. Taking care of their children, seeing to a lot of the other duties outside of working a standard job. But
Okay.
she is just as important to the house as he is, for sure.
So, as you are looking for at the other family members, you feel the folded up piece of paper in your breast pocket, where a recent letter, one of the only letters that actually made it to you from your sister, is kept very protectively against your heart. And as you do you pull it out?
I think at this moment she would actually sort of reach into her breast pocket and pull out the letter.
Okay. It's got a couple of tears in it from just where, like in the seams, from constantly unfolding and folding it back up very tightly. Everything was sort of creased with a purpose. And there's some smudges. You can tell that your sister had been crying when she wrote the letter because there are a couple drops of what looked like tears that had hit the paper. And you could swear when you bring it up to your nose that it sort of smells like her lilac perfume. And it's just one of the letters that says that how much she misses you. And it was informing you that unfortunately, your great grandmother passed away, but she was surrounded by family and loved very much. And she just wishes that you were there. The kids miss you. They miss their aunts. And she is very, very lonely with her husband gone, and just misses the house being filled with the laughter of you when you visit, and the smell of cakes being cooked, and tea being poured. It's a very poetic and very sweet and intimate letter. You also have a little pencil in there for when you were going to write responses, and that sort of falls out of your pocket and is picked up by Sergeant Masha. And Masha, you are one of the women who just sort of, like, everybody just, it was very easy to get along with you. Tell me what, or they felt safe with you. Tell me what your day to day was, your demeanor as you went through training to create this sense of, like, camaraderie among the ranks.
I think what it came down to is that Masha was very like detail oriented and tried to be really big on like communicating what was going on and, you know, how to kind of get through things. So that kind of sense of like community through communication as well as being informative was like created a very like open feeling about her. So I think just having that kind of very open like intellect kind of thing about her made her more welcoming.
Yeah. And as you pick up the pencil and give it back to Elizabetta, you're very astute and knowing, like, you're very aware of your surroundings, and you notice out of the corner of your eye that Natasha, her pencil had broken and she is putting the journal away. You also know that everybody has a standard small little pencil in their pocket, including you. That Yep.
Yeah, so I hand it back to Elisabetta and I say, "Oh, you dropped this."
Oh, thank you. And very quickly, so as not to sort of reveal how precious it is, she will, following the creases, fold the letter back up, tuck it back in the pocket along with the pencil. Are you enjoying the ceremony?
I am. I noticed somebody broke their pencil though, and my eyes look over to Natasha, and I pull out my own, and I go, "1 moment," and I go over to Natasha. Hi. You are in need of a pencil, yes?
Yes, mine. Yes. I am. You have an extra.
I sure do. It is my only pencil. And I hand it to her.
Thank you. That is very kind of you. And she kind of blushes a little bit as she takes the pencil and like puts it in the pocket with her journal. Are you enjoying the event?
Yes. I am. Some of my family was here earlier, and I was talking to them, but they seem to have wanted to leave early. Yeah. Um, what were you writing?
Oh, I
If
I
it is
was
not prying, of course.
no, of course. I was and she'll pull it out and just kind of open to the page with the doodle, and you can kind of see like the perfect half of it versus the part that looks like a child drew it. And then she goes through and there's like other doodles of like just how things kind of work and doodles of like some of the other people and like portraits almost not great looking but good enough to be interesting.
You are an artist?
No, I just draw but not an artist.
I think
I
it
just
is
like,
beautiful.
oh, it thank you. It's so many amazing things to draw here.
Um, would you like to join Elisabetta? I just came from over there. I just noticed you are alone.
Yes, that would be nice. I did not want to intrude upon everyone
No.
visiting with their family members and uh, all of that. I did not have anyone to really come visit me, you see. So I just did not want to intrude. But if you are finished speaking with your families, I will join you.
Please, please. We are all here to celebrate together.
Oh,
And I
okay.
gesture to come join us.
And she'll happily go off, kind of like smiling but trying to hide it. Like she's like,
As you two go and join Elisabetta, everybody kisses, and that's the end of the game. No, Oksana and Elena, you two are definitely close enough to the others, and I think Oksana was probably the hinge in the V between Elisabetta and Elena. So while you know
Yeah.
Elena for sure, you also probably know Elisabetta. So you all can join up and kind of meander into one group.
Yeah, I take Nina's shoulders and kind of steer her towards the rest of the group and say, "Listen, we need to at least appear like we like our colleagues. So let's head over to where."
I do like my colleagues. I really like some of them.
Oh, wait, like who? Wait, hold on, wait.
Well, everyone
Please
is.
tell me.
No, I mean it's not really like I'm in love with it. That was Diana was like my my favorite, but no offense. It's just
Oh no! May her memory be a blessing.
but yes, it's just all of you are just so beautiful and lovely and sort of fall nicely into your own. It's very new for me. I just I really appreciate the confidence. It helps me be confident too.
What's her name again?
Nina.
Yeah. So by this time, I assume the two of us have reached the rest of the group, and it's just me gassing Nina up to feel comfortable talking to the rest of the group. Just being like, no, I mean, like, you would not have graduated with us if we did not think that you are worthy of flying with us, and all of that kind of thing. But maybe with just like a tiny no, not even a hint of a slur between the words, because Oksana can handle her vodka.
Yes, she can. Yes, she sort of like, straightens out her uniform and everything. And as you two pass Lieutenant Elena, she sort of like salutes very quickly and kind of is like very much like Lieutenant Shermatova, we were just going over to the others to celebrate. If you would like to join us.
We would love
Well-
to have you, Lena.
I mean, I suppose this is one night where we can kick back before the war really starts for us.
And Nina looks
shall-
over to Oksana and says, "Should I tell her about the vodka?"
I look at Liza, look at Lena, do some calculus in my head to determine if this is a safe group. Listen, ladies, if you would not mind, or if you have no other plans with your families later, wow, I am switching to French. Sorry.
Oh la la.
Vodka's very strong.
If we were planning on having a bit of a celebration, so wow, now I'm turning into Tommy Wiseau. So
You see, Nina lifts up her skirt really quick and she says, "I have vodka." She like shows everybody in the group.
Yeah, we're all together now. Yeah.
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 Oh, okay.
Be careful. There are eyes here that would not approve of this behavior. Not me. I approve of this. However, other commanders are watching. Keep it in your coat.
Elena, you can speak highly for us. You can speak well for us. No.
Depends on behavior.
Is there somewhere we could go to partake in the vodka without
was
the
about-
ice?
I was about to say, we may be better off letting loose without the watchful eyes of the commanders nearby.
I do have an apartment.
Ooh. Can we go off base during? I mean, I guess we're not really trainees anymore.
Technically not off base. It's like on border.
Okay. What do you say, girls? Should we go?
Yes.
Let's go,
Yes,
girls.
we should.
And with that, we fade out and fizzle away from our little introductory flashback. And the scene changes to your first duty station, Pashkovskaya. And 6 months have passed since your 6-month training. From a hastily converted civilian airfield here in Pashkovskaya, you are supporting the Black Sea Fleet in the battle for the Caucasus. The Germans are pushing hard, but you are pushing harder. You're sharing the field with the celebrated and all-male womp womp 218th Fighter Regiment, who have requisitioned everything of utility or value, leaving you with the scraps. Just a little bit of a logistics overview for you. Pashkovskaya is quite close to the city of Krasnodar, which is a linchpin in the German plans for seizing the Caucasus. Expect many of your missions to be flown very close to home, of which the one later tonight will be. The supply situation is adequate, so there's not so much. The armory and supply areas are pretty stocked most of the time due to the rail lines. They serve the city of Krasnodar, and trucks are available to the airbase nearby. There is a the temperature is mild. It's a little wet to the north. It's a little swampy above the airbase. A lot of your problems with your landing is that if you over or under steer and land, you can potentially land in the marshes. The reflection of the water is a little murky and dazzling at night, so you have to be a little careful coming into the airbase. It also has a little bit of a weird smell throughout the airfield because of this, especially when it's downwind. Other than that, though, it's usually a little bit rainy. Think Seattle, but even more miserable. And that's probably even more miserable because you're sharing the airfield that you had run for the past 6 months with this new regiment, the 218th. You all are the 588th. You in this particular morning, you all wake up you have cramped quarters. Now that the 218th had come in, they sort of took over the barracks that were a lot nicer. You were all in these large canvas tents that are sort of pop-up situations for you. I don't think people expect you to make it back as often as you do. And yet every morning they pass by the tent checking to see if the night witches are alive, and unfortunately they are, to kind of bother them another day. You've got a lot of people, the vibe is that most of the men make fun of you for having the shitty equipment, and nobody really takes you seriously, despite absolutely outflying them time and time again. This particular morning when you wake up, you know, Lieutenant Elena, you will be the first to wake up. You know that Lieutenant General Igor Mirashnikova is the commander of the 4th Air Army, is coming in today for an inspection. It is also there's going to be a party for an award ceremony for the 218th, who you all know didn't do anything to deserve this award ceremony. They are taking public credit for your mission. So you wake up with that knowledge, Lieutenant Elena, in the shared quarters with the rest of the squad.
Well, ladies, we all know what to expect tonight, don't we?
Not much.
Exactly. Men are boring. So,
That's right.
I would like to tell you all, let's raise some hell, shall we?
Oh, yes, speaking my language.
I like that.
Do you have a plan, Lieutenant?
You know, I considered coming up with a plan, like I always do. However, I think over the past several months with us being together, I think I would like to let you all have your own plan. As a show of trust, shall we say.
I'm interested.
You also are led by there's a kind of high up female officer among your ranks. Her name is Anastasia Tvetkov, and she is a major and runs a very tight ship. She is very matronly and very serious, and has only ever cracked 2 smiles. And I don't think she thinks anybody saw them. She doesn't favor anybody. She respects the rank, not the name. However, she has gone to bat for you before, and continues to do so, probably in a very personal manner. Something about you all has kind of tugged at her very steeled heartstrings. She does her morning rounds and she comes by and kind of knocks like on the canvas like, "Good morning, ladies."
Good morning.
Good morning.
Major.
Morning, Major.
Do you know about today's inspection and later ceremony for the 218th?
Yes, ma'am.
And she looks right at Lieutenant Elena. And you all will be in attendance, correct?
Yes.
And you all, Sergeant Oksana, will be on your best behavior.
For today only.
Listen, ladies. Lieutenant General is, well, he's very fond of the 218th, and as much as you know, I don't take favorites, but I am more fond of certainty and what I know. I do not know these boys, these ruffians that come in and stir up trouble and, well, I'll be frank, are just rude to my pilots. That is all of you. That being said, I will not tolerate any sort of patronizing or mischief or rudeness or anything against them. You all represent... Yes, Lieutenant.
Might I suggest sass?
You might, but I outrank you. Now, you all represent me. You all represent the 588th. And I know you should all be receiving those awards today. And I know that Nina would have wanted you all to celebrate these awards today. And I know that if Nina was here, she would have smiled, she would have fallen in line, and she would have wanted everybody to do the same. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Crystal clear.
Yes, ma'am.
The playful grin that usually is extremely present on Sergeant Oksana's face fades into mourning, and her eyebrows knit down together as Sergeant Boykova just kind of looks down at the ground and doesn't say anything at the mention of Nina's passing.
Elena just takes her hand and places it very, not affectionately because appearances, but stoutly on her shoulder.
The Major notices this, and she sort of... you could almost tell, Elena, that she almost nods in approval, as if this personal reason for having favorites among the 588th is very personal. As in, she is one of you. And she looks at Oksana and says, Sergeant, it was my plane that Nina... It was my fault. I hold myself accountable for the safety of all of you. And I failed in this case. I will not fail you too, but I need you to understand something. The 218th, they did not deserve these medals, and we can all agree that they should be on our vests and our jackets. And we should have the barracks, and not these canvas tents. And we should not have extra eyes on us at all times. And that is just the way it is. It's just the way it is. There's another mission tonight, after inspection. Make me look good, please. Make yourselves look good. And I will bring you all home, I swear it. As you were.
Thank you.
And she leaves.
I think that's a rude assumption. That she would just assume that Nina wouldn't be as, I don't know, messy as the rest of us.
I am inclined to agree. She did not know Nina behind closed doors, but we did. She only knew the persona that we give.
Just especially after her death like that. It's so insane.
And using it against us is a bit over the line, I would say.
I agree.
Perhaps we do something for Nina then.
Yes.
Are we sure that this is a really good idea, though? I mean, do we want to draw more attention to ourselves in a negative way?
Well, that is the thing. We're very good at doing things subtly. We're women, after all. We're not supposed to make loud noise. We're not supposed to bring the attention to ourselves. But we know how to do that in very interesting ways.
And to be honest, Nina knew as well as any of us do that anything that we do will automatically be tinged negatively just for the sake of us being women.
Which is why when men drink, they don't exactly have their wits about them, so we can outplay them.
This is
No,
true.
whatever we do tonight will have to be in Nina's honor because we cannot let her loss go in vain. She was our streak of light in the sky.
Here, here.
Here. So, how subtle are we being, Lieutenant?
Personal discretion, but the subtler the better. I will be fighting with my words in my own way.
Understood.
Prepare, Aaron.
I'm letting it happen. So, you know that, you know, at least, Lieutenant Elena, that after the awards ceremony, the 218th has a weekend pass. The 588th, however, does not, which means since you will be going on a night mission, you cannot partake in drunken activities, and the 218th can. As a rowdy group of men with all of the finest equipment and now shiny medals to add to their already large egos, they might get even rowdier, and it just might make things a little worse for you for when the Lieutenant General arrives. We're going to fast forward a little through these, the mundane chores of a typical Red Army soldier, and skip over to the ceremony. The beginnings, you could hear like the band, the army band, kind of practice and tune up, and they're sort of haphazardly kind of meshing together. You don't actually have a band at the airfield, but because there's a lieutenant general that's coming in, they sort of flew a couple of them out just for this occasion. And a little beyond the band sort of being a little out of place, a couple other people are a little out of place too. There's just like for a party sort of mood, none of them know what you all went through, and none of them know like what you continue to go through. None of them are going to be flying tonight. You all are. As you are you all heading to the awards? You're all gonna attend, right? Okay.
Is there any time to discuss what this like little plan might be? Okay.
Yeah, so after the chores and after mess, you all kind of congregate in between the mess hall and the where the sort of events hall where the thing is going to take place. There's a lot of brass around, a lot of male brass around, and of course they're all keeping an eye on the women, making sure that they're staying in line. All of them with their fragile egos and the need to be in complete control. But you all find yourselves kind of in between the two buildings.
I have been thinking about these all day. We just need something to remind them who really earned those medals. I wondered with them drinking so much, we could get it to slip a little loudly. What do you mean? Get them to admit. Whether it is just for our satisfaction, or if others were to hear it.
It's spicy. I like it.
Because it's cute, they think they're in charge.
How do we get them to admit that, though?
That's a good question. Not only will they be inebriated, but subtle seduction? Our favorite kind.
It shouldn't be hard to subtly seduce a man. You just look in their direction and pretty much got it
All you
covered.
do is smile slightly, and they're melted on the floor at your feet.
To be fair, once we're out of our uniforms, would they even recognize us as who we are?
That might be to our advantage.
That is fair. And perhaps getting them a little more drunk than they would normally allow themselves in front of the top brass will let a few more things slip.
I like it. The stronger the better. And keep it flowing.
Now, just to make sure you all know the context, the award ceremony is kind of like around noonish, and then there's like an inspection with the lieutenant general. You make sure everybody is looking good, representing the Red Army the way they should be, and around 9 p.m. is when you all will go take off for your night mission.
Is there intended to be reporters at this event or some kind of media presence?
There are a couple PR people. It's your success, your victory was very celebrated. It was very much a Black Sea Fleet success and victory. You all know that they would be held back if it weren't for you. So they're there reporting that the 218th was the ones that did the work.
I suppose I am mostly thinking like an interview or something, asking them like the details of what they did.
Yeah.
Elena can go speak with them.
Like, oh, did you ask them about this thing? Did you ask about how they got away? Kind of,
Yeah.
juice the media presence with questions that they cannot answer.
Perfect.
Okay, so
Right.
the major comes up at that moment. And she says, ladies,
Major.
are you prepared?
We are now. We needed a moment to collect ourselves.
Yes, that makes sense. This is unfair. But smile. Show your support. Look beautiful for the press. There shall be cameras and...
Cameras, you say?
Yes, Lieutenant, cameras. What am I inferring from your curiosity?
Oh no, I was making sure my lipstick was on point.
You see she cracks the tiniest smile. It would put a boat out of commission if it was in the side of its hull, but on the face of a grizzled war-cut major, it doesn't do much. Yes, well, again, don't make us look bad. We are already the lowest of the low, according to these hooligans.
And hooligans they shall always be.
Da. All right, for Mother Russia, let's go. Let's get this over with. And she's going to stay there to make sure you all go to the ceremony.
Elena will take the lead and lead everybody in. And open the door like a gentleman.
Thank you very much, Elena. You are the finest gentleman we have in this regiment.
Thank you.
Where do you all sit during this? Because there's like seating for, you're not standing the entire time for this.
It's going to be the ceremony and then the party.
Yeah, the ceremony and then the party. A quick inspection before you move over to the party.
I would suggest we keep our way in the back, not to draw attention to ourselves until it is time.
Yes, Lieutenant.
It's where they want us to be anyway.
You do notice that
just
there's some
thinking,
PR people in the back as well.
That is what I was thinking. Like, if we get close to them and we can chat them up, and then once we get to the party, you know.
You all sit. I will go and casually strike up conversation with our press friends.
It sounds so fun. So fun.
As you all take your seats, I'm gonna have On make the first roll of the night. You're gonna roll an eyeball move, which is to size up a person or situation. It's roll plus skill, so 2d6 plus your skill.
Yes, that's where I put everything.
Yes.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 14, baby.
Oh,
Yes.
Jesus. All right, so you hold
so good.
2. You can ask the following questions. I'm going to say, like, if you can make it work, you can kind of tweak the questions as well. How can I help? What do they want? What am I overlooking? Or how could I get blank?
Probably how can I get blank? That's where I'm gonna go with it.
Okay.
Are there any female reporters?
There are.
Which is the most attractive?
Incredible.
That would be that would be the one conveniently located just behind the group of gals that you all are. She's very very short, so she's actually sitting on a little stool that she keeps, like a little collapsible stool. And she's standing on top of it and sort of like peering over and jotting down notes. She's got a very tight, almost a bun so tight that it would make a military commander jealous. It is so nice and like everything's in place. She's got like very severe features that make her look as interesting as a painting you don't quite understand. And she's got a very alluring look to her, despite being sort of also lost among the group of journalists and reporters in the back.
Okay, so you're describing Amber.
All of my NPCs except for the major are Amber and the lieutenant general.
Well,
Yeah.
it's a shame. It's a shame that I have no Russian anywhere in any of my 23andMe results. Sorry.
Until now.
I'm Polish though. I'm Polish
There
and
you go.
Sicilian.
Me too.
I'm so European. Like, if I show an ankle, I call Gondor for aid. That's how white I am.
Oh god, that was such a you thing to say. So
Literally, I have one of those boards that you can like put letters in. It says the beacons are lit.
I love it.
That's what it reminds me of. Excellent. She's gonna pull out her her lipstick,
Mm-hmm.
brush it up slightly, and go stand Excellent person.
And yes, she doesn't really seem to notice you. She's just sort of like jotting down some notes. She does have a camera around a leather strap around her neck, but she hasn't touched it yet. She's just writing away.
Oh, what is this you are writing?
Hello, just notes about the ceremony. Journalist.
You have the most beautiful handwriting. My goodness.
Oh, everybody says it looks like a doctor's prescription.
And who says that is not beautiful?
Everybody.
Oh.
Well, I'm assuming by everybody you mean the gentlemen in the room, and they are very much wrong.
You know that is a very I think the same thing, but I also need my job.
I completely understand. Why do you think we are chosen to sit in the back?
You were chosen to
Oh my
sit in the
goodness.
back?
No, we have placed to be sitting in the back, but you know how it is. However, I am so sorry. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Lieutenant Elena.
Do you mind if this is on the record? I haven't ever talked to a female pilot before. This is fascinating.
You haven't?
No.
Absolutely.
Okay, and she she looks at your name tag to spell your name. Elena. That's very lovely. I had an aunt named Elena. She was quite awful, actually. I think you're probably the nicest Elena I know.
I would absolutely hope so. I am out there simply just putting Elena back in the name of good graces.
And are you the commander of all of the everybody, or?
Not yet. This is my squadron, and she points to the table. That's the word. The table.
Hello. Oh, it's. I've never met a female pilot, let alone. Are all of you pilots?
We indeed are. That.
I will come by to get the rest of your names later, but
Yes, please.
how do you feel about the 218th and their honorary successes and well, their notoriety is certainly improved throughout the year.
It is something like that. They have indeed improved. I mean, I'm trying to think how I want to do this. Not great at political intrigue. I should have thought about this. They have indeed been improving. I think it would be absolutely vital to ensure that you are able to interview them and get their words, for they really have no bounds. We are very proud of them and what they have done, and we will continue to celebrate their achievements.
That's a very beautiful thing to say. I would love to speak to some of them. I suppose that their feats and accomplishments are that something to be admired and aspire to.
Oh yes. I would recommend as well. This part, I must say, is off the record.
Oh, okay.
They tend to be very they tend to be more themselves. We like to talk about more missions when they've had a couple of drinks. That's when you'll get the good conversation out of them.
Of course, we are Russian after all. That is what we do.
It's what we do.
Well, do any of you ladies have anything to say about the 218th and their award? And what do you think about when this war will be over?
We are women of very little words.
They do prove very well more actions over words, but when they do speak well.
Actually, I would like to see if I can, what is the move? Act up by acting like a lady?
Yes, you
Ooh.
can. You were going to act like a lady. You roll your guts. Now,
Yes.
for the lady, this is not just acting like how society expects you to act. It's acting like a woman. Like, it is really channeling that, like, power to get ahead and get what you want. And it's something that to the night witches they could be laughed at off the face of the planet, but they still had that about in within them, that core self.
Okay. Because I think that is the very essence of what Oksana says next. She, like, takes a long sip of whatever she's drinking along with everybody else and goes, well, it is, and it's just water. She's just taking a long sip of water just to, wet the whistle a little bit before she says, well, I do think I am very, very proud of our boys for being able to keep their planes up for so long and succeed on their mission, given how intimate they are with their drink every night, you know?
Yes. Can you tell me more about that? And she sort of like leans in a little bit to you, Oksana, and it feels like she really resonates with what you're saying.
Should I roll?
Yeah, roll your plus guts.
Okay, 5 plus 6 plus 2 is 13. Okay,
Jeez.
great.
Yay!
So on a 10 plus, you choose 2. You can make someone do what you want, even if the person you are imposing on is a PC. That's not it. And ensure that there are no consequences for acting up, or add 1 to the mission pool. So you could choose 2.
I would love to ensure that there are no consequences that I get for acting up by talking shit openly.
Yeah. Okay. And you could pick
And
another.
also, I would love to make this journalist do what we want by appealing to her sense of being a woman in a male-dominated field.
For fucking sure. Okay. Role play that out.
Well, I'm sure you understand. I'm so sorry, darling. I did not catch your name. I was late to starting the conversation.
Oh, it's Vera Chazova.
Vera, Miss Vera. Thank you so much for being here and covering this event. And I'm sure, Vera, that you would understand our position in that, these men are very rambunctious and unbecoming of what a stoic Russian soldier should be.
Elena's like,
But of course, this is off the record and I am an anonymous source.
Of course.
But I'm sure you can understand our plight, seeing them celebrated with such aplomb, given their proclivities.
What do you mean?
Haven't you ever had a story, a scoop, or something taken from you because a man has believed that his take on it is better?
Nearly every week. It's every week, especially in war. Every week, the stories get given to Igor or Vladimir or Boris.
Fucking Igor.
Yeah.
Fucking Boris.
Fucking Boris.
Sorry.
No, please, he is an ass. But they all go to them because they think the men know war. But we quite literally tear our bodies apart for them, do we not?
oh,
It is war within ourselves, and we are
I was on
veterans of life. And I hate this, I'll be honest. This story will probably get put somewhere else and they'll never see it again.
Or you could report it anyway.
What do you mean?
What's the worst that can happen?
Well, I lose my job.
Why not use a pseudonym?
Or you could report under an alias. Independent reporting. Find your voice that way.
What was her name again?
Vera.
Vera.
Vera. What
If
about something as simple as Vlad? It's still close enough to your name, but gives you what you want.
I've never thought of that.
If I could interject for just a minute.
Please.
So something that is interesting is, maybe now may not be the best time for this story to break, and maybe not in the near future, but perhaps a later time. I mean, history is ongoing, who knows? But I think what is interesting about it is perhaps informing, the squadron to their own situation by making them think about it.
I never
Or
considered that.
perhaps asking questions.
Do you, if I come later or tomorrow, I think we're here all weekend to report on the ceremony, and the Lieutenant General, I think, is here. Do you mind if I find you later and maybe talk some more?
We do have a mission set at 9 p.m. this evening, so you will have to find us either before or after.
I can't promise that I shall find you before, but I know that these missions can be dangerous. If I would like to speak maybe tomorrow and get your scoop on the mission, maybe some information, anything you can tell me about it. If you can, I know that.
I can assure my entire squadron will come back.
I'll be honest.
That's the type of leader that I am.
Seems like a very good leader. I'll be honest. This is you all are so kind and respectful. I tried talking to somebody in the 218th, and they just pinched my ass and called me baby. But maybe tomorrow I can come by, and I would much rather report on some actual action and not so much a award ceremony, if you understand my meaning.
Absolutely. I believe, as I totally don't know this, but I believe a couple of our members of the squadron are keeping track of how many Nazis they kill, so there might be a winner tomorrow.
Okay.
And I think Liza would hold up a journal at that and tuck it back in her pocket.
Okay. Okay, cool. So she's going to, you notice that like the music sort of starts up a little bit, and she is getting like really antsy, needs to like get back to her writing. But she will be talking to you all should you make it the next day. And it seems like the idea to shift the attention from the men to what is actually happening, the actual work being done, is going to eventually come to fruition. So with the help of the sizing up with Elena, and with the acting like a lady from Oksana, you all have managed to get what you wanted out of that.
Woo!
Yay! So the ceremony, just to fast forward a bit, the ceremony is exactly as you expect it to be. It is dull and mundane and professional and formal, and just like every other time where you share a space with the 218th, there are snickers, there are rolled eyes, there are suggested like catcalling from the men as they look back and they see you all in the back. You do notice that Vera does take a note of that as this happens, and she makes little notes in the margin of her notebook every time there is a harassment coming from the men. And do any of you want to act up in a way that can potentially fuck y'all over, or out you, or anything like that? Or are you guys...
Elena will not.
I already said enough.
I think
And you won't get in trouble for it, which is great.
if anyone else is thinking of doing something, I think Liza, her plan, since the lieutenant was kind enough to be like, make your own plans. Her plan was to distract from their acting out as best as possible.
Okay.
So, like, I think both during this ceremony and during the festivities to follow, her plan is to draw the attention of the higher ups when they're looking for the night witches and looking to see how they're behaving, and very much act like where is the wording? A natural born Soviet airwoman.
Okay. Does anybody else want to help out with the visage of facade of being very, very good girls in the ranks?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm going to have Emma, you make a roll 2. I'm gonna say you should also do it in act up by acting like a natural born Soviet airwoman. Yeah, it would be roll plus medals.
Okay, which I have none of, but that's okay.
Okay, so it's just 2d6.
That's 2 5s, so that's a 10.
Fucking
Nice.
beautiful. So you can make someone do what you want, ensure that there are no consequences for acting up, or add 1 to the mission pool. You could pick 2.
So I think I'm gonna go ahead and ensure that there are no consequences for acting up. Because she's very much trying to distract from if anyone else goes about enacting this plan. Keep the major from catching on, and keep the upper ranks from catching on to everyone else's misbehavior by being on her best behavior. So ensure that there are no consequences. And I think I'm going to go ahead and add 1 to the mission pool for everyone.
Beautiful. So during your
Nice.
night mission, there will be a bonus.
Yes.
So as you all are talking to Vera, there are standing kind of like at ease, besides the 2 18th that are sitting for this award ceremony. There are a couple men in the brass over on that side who are inconvenient all the time. They are always they pay more attention to you than they do to their own guys. And because like boys will be boys and they can do no wrong. As they see that there's, a little bit of a familiarity happening between Elena and Oksana, especially with Vera, they're going to start to sort of like walk towards you all and just sort of hang out near you. They're closest to you, Elizabetha. But Masha and Natasha, you two are also pretty close by, creating a sort of wall between you and the kind of what you're trying to get out of Vera.
I think at that point, as part of that, Elisabetta would approach them and sort of take one for the team, as it were, and start chatting them up, congratulating them on their impending their awards, and just the subtle flirtation, but also keeping very strictly as poised and like a good soldier as possible.
Yeah, you see Lieutenant Golovin and Lieutenant Trushin are the closest ones. Lieutenant Golovin is okay. He's one that's kind of like, he's not going to give you too hard of a time if he's by himself. But when he is hyped up by the others, then he sort of tries to put on a show. Lieutenant Trushin is an asshole and very plainly a misogynist at every level that you can be. He's disgusting. He sort of sneers at you as you, like, of course you should know that we're getting these awards, kind of. But he doesn't say anything. Lieutenant Golovin, he has his hands behind his back and he looks down at you and sort of nods. He is very, very, very tall and a little out of place. He nods and he says, "Thank you, Sergeant. You ladies did good work." And Lieutenant Trushin sort of like shoulders him a little bit.
Well, of course, I thank you, but you are receiving the awards for a reason. You must have done something to help.
At that, you see, like, Lieutenant Trushin is seething. Like, he knows what's up. He's very aware of what is going on. But Lieutenant Golovin is a little more sheepish and embarrassed. He says, yes, well, we can't win. Everybody can't have a medal, you know, then there would be no friendly competition.
Of course. But I'm sure there will be some recognition for the 588 at some point.
You all are going on the mission tonight, yes?
Yes, of course.
Well, perhaps it will be this that gets you your medals.
I certainly hope so, Lieutenant.
The other one sort of like looks at the others, especially Sergeant Oksana and Lieutenant Elena, and says, you know, you should be careful of who you talk to. And what did the Americans say? Loose lips sink ships?
That is certainly a phrase, sir. But we were simply telling them that they should come talk to you for the details of the story. You know, make sure they have as much information as they need from those who are receiving the awards this evening.
Well, why don't you leave the orders to the commissioned officers, if you don't mind, Sergeant?
Of course, sir.
Well,
my apologies.
Of course. As you were. They're gonna walk away.
She nods and
where's my knife?
You know, I've got
a whole sword.
And as she turns back to the rest of the squadron, that practiced, poised smile just melts away, and the biggest eye roll as she returns to the table.
I do not know how you stand to keep such poise. I mean, what an awful man.
The worst, but in order to make them think they have the upper hand, you have to sometimes pretend that they do.
I think we know who is going to be receiving the most drinks later.
I am going to fast forward a little bit more to the end of the festivities. Now, I'm going to go around because I want to make sure that we are able to do our night mission. But you all had such a good...
I will play for 6 hours if
flip.
you need to.
Yeah, for real. I'm loving this.
You all, thank you. I am too. This is amazing. So you all had it's been about a couple hours into the festivities. There are drinks to be had, not by you. There's celebration to be had, also not by you. the lieutenant general arrived for the receiving of the medals. He oversaw and inspected all of you for to make sure you all looked good for especially for the 218th. He will be there for the rest of the weekend, ensuring that you all are on your best behavior. So it's been about a couple hours, and I'd like to know where you're gonna get all of this vodka and give it to the guys. What's your strategy for loosening them up?
Do we have to, like, if can we not take drinks? Like, are we not supposed to be seen drinking? Like, can we, like, get drink and give drink?
You will absolutely be watched if you go anywhere near alcohol before your mission. You don't have to. You're not going to get necessarily in trouble, but eyes will be on you even more than usual. And just like a reminder that this was like a time when like they will out you for anything. So
who is serving the drinks?
Just a couple like privates and like, low ranking enlisted folk who are part of mess or also were put on duty for the ceremony.
Do I have money?
Yeah, you get you get more money than the others do because you're a commissioned officer.
I have an idea.
What is it?
I recently got a little bit of a stipend. How about I go and talk to some of our friends who will be serving the drinks and give them a little bit of encouragement for a certain few to keep it flowing.
You would put money into this?
Oh, absolutely. This is the one time where I don't fully have to be, shall we say, myself. And I'm a little bit sick of men.
I love to see you disrobe like this.
Again? That was joke. That was...
That was good.
Yes, I would put money in it. And I'm going to.
Why don't you just ask them if they will just keep the drinks flowing in a celebratory way, and if it doesn't work, then put your money in it. Unless you really want to make sure it works. I mean, it's your money if you want to.
I do. I very much want to make sure.
If you have the money, make it rain. That's fine with me.
I have been saving so much money. I can spend a little bit to ensure that they are seen as who they are. It is not for any nefarious means. It is all in the framed mindset of showing true colors. And if we have to push the envelope to get ourselves there, then we will.
So is the problem that the amount of alcohol that we have or the amount that they will be drinking?
Maybe a little bit of both, but as long as we are not seen handling it. I suppose more alcohol that they consume, the better. So, a variety of drinks, because they may get sick of certain ones.
We could also suggest a friendly competition amongst the men. They usually are not able to resist such a thing.
Oh yes, they're so
competitive.
Yes.
Okay,
who can drink the most, and if we not with actual money, but place bets on which one we think could drink the most, they will fall very quickly.
Oh, we should all bet on one of them.
Yes, each a different man.
And you look. You know what we should bet?
What?
Maybe some undergarments.
Oh,
It
I
would
thought
be very encouraging.
We do have
We could
many of
also-
those.
We do have many of those. I have 3 bras that I've never worn, but I can pretend they have been.
We could make this work in our favor, actually. I mean, if they lose, whoever loses has to actually confess that they were not the ones that earned the medals.
I don't know if they will agree to that.
That's a little
But
too
they
on
could
the
at
nose.
least. They have to be the loser has to talk to the reporter.
Oh.
Well, then it
Brilliant.
guarantees that they're wasted by the time they
Yes.
speak to the reporter. This is very good, very good.
Yes.
That is it.
So if we are going to
That is
throw
both.
undergarments into the mix, I have never heard of a man that collects bras, but
No?
Oh, but stockings
I'll have to
maybe?
tell you. Yes.
mm,
I'll have to tell you about some of an ex-boyfriend of mine. It's a weird story.
that does sound like a very strange man.
Yes. It was not worth it. It was only like 2 months, but it was still not worth it.
Since
Is it
when are
ever
men
worth it?
ever worth it?
So what is it? The winners get, I don't know, undergarments, and the loser has to talk to the reporter.
Yeah,
Like
that's
it.
yeah.
We'll each just go individually and start spreading it to different men, and they will fall very quickly.
I agree. All right. I will go and speak to our friends.
And
You start working the betting.
okay, so everybody except for Elena are going to roll. I'm gonna say an act up because you're about to act like a hooligan.
Yeah.
Unless you can argue acting like a lady, but I'm gonna say it's gonna be a hooligan.
I'm a hooligan.
I mean, you're not wrong.
And
Uh,
the role that you will do, Elena, is you're gonna do a scrounge roll. Whenever some specific thing is desperately needed. So for you need to
Yep.
get something out of your friends. Roll straight if going through channels, which you will be doing because you're going through the junior enlisted. And on a hit, you get what you need, or on a success, you get what you need, and add 1 to the mission pool. On a 10 plus. On a 7 to 9, you get what you need, but choose 2, which I will read when I get to you. So you all, if you don't mind, give me your results, just the number you get, and then I'll go through each one.
8.
I put mine in the chat and video.
Oh, I
Oh,
forgot
there's a
about
chat
that.
and video.
Yeah, I
there's
forgot
a chat.
there's a chat and video.
Oh, I got to 12.
Perfect. Oh my
Nice.
gosh, love
A
it.
12.
That's
God,
good.
I have -1 luck, but it ended up being fine. Oh,
Damn.
no.
So if I can argue to act like a lady,
Go for it.
I think instead of mentioning the undergarments as much, I think Liza, when she circles and finds some of the men, to carry over that attitude from earlier would very much be like, just mentioning, like, you know, the Night Witches, we have this bet going on who could drink the most to celebrate your victory. I think it would be wonderful to see you win. And, like, sort of amping up the specific person that she's speaking with.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
see.
Go ahead and roll plus guts for that, and we're gonna start with you.
Okay. It wasn't as good, but since I get the +1 to guts, I rolled a 6 on the dice, but I get a +1 to guts, so that gives me 7.
Yes.
So I think that brings me just up to.
Yep. So you get to choose one. You get to make someone do what you want, ensure that there are no consequences, or add 1 to the mission pool.
I'm gonna make someone do what I want, and
Okay.
I'm gonna convince them to sort of go over and. Well, I know you guys aren't starting your drinking contest yet, but maybe if you want to bring it up as an idea with some of your friends.
What are you talking about? What you just said, the Night Witches bet?
Yes, of course. Well, I would love to see you win.
You see a couple, there's like 3 of them, and one sort of like puffs out his chest a little bit at the mention of like a woman wanting to see him win, and he says like, well, of course I'm going to win. That's what I do. I'm the one. And then the other guys like roll their eyes like, oh yes, yes, that's all you talk about, winning, winning, winning. And he's like, what? I always win. And they're sort of like busting each other's balls. The one that claimed that he was the winner looks back to you and he says, what can I get from you later if I win?
Well, we may have a mission later, but when I come back, perhaps you can find me.
He looks you up and down, says, okay, you'll do for this weekend pass. And he doesn't even care what you have to say. He sort of like shuffles the other guys and goes towards like, where is this bet? Where are we doing this?
And she'll let it go and sort of say, well, if you can do it somewhere that we can watch so that I can, like I said, see you win, that would be wonderful.
Okay, over to the drinks then. And he's gonna go over to where there's like a couple long tables, like mess tables that have been like covered with paper. And he gets like a couple more people kind of follow. So you've got like a couple guys. You hear them as you walk away. One of them says, I got myself a weekend pass, eh? Yeah. And
she rolls her eyes and would kind of like mutter under her breath, I will be with a woman this weekend, so joke's on you.
And who else rolled? Oksana, you got a 9, so you also can pick one. Make someone do what you want, ensure there are no consequences, or add one to the mission pool.
I'm good. I acted like a hooligan, so I think definitely ensuring that making somebody do what we want. So I probably got a pair of my stockings and like found like a pilot guy and wrapped my stockings like around his shoulders to pull him in and just be like, hey big boy, I'm sure you have no idea who I am. Absolutely not. But I've been eyeing you from across the way, and I think it would be wonderful if you could try to win some sort of drinking game for me tonight. I would love to reward you later, if you know what I mean.
I mean, I would love that. What kind of drinking game?
Oh, well, if you win the drinking game, then you could win maybe a favor, and I like take that pair of stockings and like drape it over his nose a little bit. He like goes like flirt a little bit. Yeah. Maybe you could potentially win a favor from me, and leaning into French again.
Look,
and
you're
if you
part
lose,
Russian, part French. It's okay.
Yeah, exactly. Boykova actually is French. Yeah, but if you lose, I don't know. There's something about like a reporter and having to talk to her, but you look like strong-built Russian man.
I'd talk to any reporter. I have nothing to hide.
Oh, good. Wonderful.
I'm going to win this bet for you. I'm going to get that stocking from you and maybe something else if you know what I mean.
Yep, that's exactly what you're going to get from me, you big, strong Russian ox.
That is what they call me back home, if you did not know. I am strong like ox. Or bear.
Ooh.
He's gonna like kind of like try to like reach for your stockings again as like a like I'm gonna get what I want kind of thing.
And I snatch them away to put them on right in front of him. That's a little bit of a tease.
Okay. I'm going.
See, that might be acting like a lady for other people, but this is definitely acting like a hooligan for me because I am not straight.
I'm gonna say that yeah, you can absolutely do that. The major is gonna see that happen. So I think on a 9, I don't think it's so much of a cost as just you all have eyes on you anyways. The fact that you are putting clothing on in the middle of a party or taking it off, whatever, someone's gonna notice. So we're gonna let the major notice that. She doesn't do anything though. She sort of just kind of is standing back, observing. And he's going to run and grab one of his friends to join at that table. Masha, you received a 12.
I
So
did.
you can choose 2.
Yeah. Obviously I'm going to make someone do what I want. It's so easy to make the second one ensure there are no consequences, but I think it is more fun to make 2 people do what I want.
Okay.
So I could see, I mean, again, with the way that I am, I think I'm a little bit more intentional with who I'm picking. Maybe somebody who is perceived as the most decorated or was like the forerunner of this, you know, again, they're not even deserving of the medals in the first place, but the person who is kind of one of like the more like forward, like, oh yeah, they really did all the, I go up to that guy and then one of his friends.
Yeah. You're gonna go up to Lieutenants Trushin and Golovin from earlier. And
Okay.
they are kind of standing off with a couple other people. And when you approach, Lieutenant Trushin just sort of like groans loudly and says, "Oh, the night witches are here. What do you want, witch?"
Oh, don't be so sad about it. We're just here to have some fun, right?
Oh,
Have you heard about the drinking competition?
what's drinking competition?
Oh, don't ask such a silly question. It is a question where you drink, and then if you can't hold your liquor, then you have to do a little, I don't know, little dare or something. It's fun.
What? I don't know of this. We haven't heard of this. What do we get if we win?
Well, and I kind of like make like I'm like surveying and like to see who has eyes on me. Like ignore any person who does have their eyes on me specifically, but you know, like, well, you know, you may get something fun, perhaps, like you were saying, a favor, or maybe a good night. Who knows?
Go on. By who? You, I assume.
Well, I mean, I suppose there are many prizes on the table, but I can be one of them if that is what you wish.
What if I lose?
Well, if you lose, well, it's silly. It's nothing terrible. It is just going to speak to one of the reporters, you know. It just makes it more exciting.
What? Speak to a reporter about what?
Well, just about your achievements, of course. You know, just bolster yourself up. It's just no harm or anything.
Turn for me.
I'm getting caught on my wire.
He stares at your ass so fucking blatantly. It's
Oh, I show it off, baby.
yeah. And he sort of looks over at his friends and like snickers a little bit, like what do you like, kind of like what do you all think about this? And then you turn around and he says,
I make like eyes on them.
"It is a deal, and it will be all weekend. I get the weekend pass."
Oh yeah, sure, why not?
All right. Come on, Lieutenant. Sergeants, let's go. We're going to win this competition. And
You
you're going
better
to
win.
you're going to be mine for a weekend. Sergeant.
Whatever.
He's gonna walk towards. God, I hate this guy. Ugh. All right, he's gonna walk to the table too. Natasha got a 9. Which one will you pick?
Because I know we're all trying to make them enter the drinking contest, but I feel like so far we've gotten a lot of them to go into the drinking contest.
Yeah,
I'm gonna add one to the mission pool.
perfect.
You know, because we got a good group going.
Yeah. So you're going to be there to kind of like facilitate everybody to set up for the competition. And they're getting
I'm
like
hyping
kind
all
of
the guys up.
yeah, they're kind of getting rowdy, like trying to like get their drinks and like tell who's gonna win and everything. And somebody looks over to you and he's like, "Are you part of the winners pool too?"
Well, if you need more encouragement, I can be.
Oh yeah, I'd like some more encouragement. And he kind of like sidles up to you, like,
Yes.
he is he's gonna reach out and grab onto your waist to try to pull you into him, but the major has been watching and noticed Oksana and then kind of followed where the other squad went, and she comes up beside you, in between you and like a leave room for Jesus kind of person, like chaperone.
Oh my God.
And,
One Bible with.
and she's going to look at him and say, Sergeant, are you a little too drunk for the rest of the evening, or can you control your liquor? And the sergeant sort of like, he has his hands up like he's like, I wasn't doing anything. You tell her, Sergeant, looking at you. I was just having a good time.
He's just celebrating his victory, his win. So, and then I'll kind of like turn and walk around her.
Yeah, she's going to kind of like turn her body more towards the sergeant and say, you are recently decorated, Sergeant. You are representing the 218th. Don't embarrass yourself, like acting like a little boy in front of all of these men. And leave the ladies alone, okay? And she's gonna kind of step back, but stay kind of nearby. And she kind of looks over to you and gives like a little nod.
Nod. Thanks.
Elena, you were scrounging for something. You were trying to get good favor from the friends over handling the drinks and the consumables. When you approach them, they're very junior enlisted. A couple of them aren't even really from this. They're from the next airfield over. They just needed all the help you could get for this sort of event, and they're all sort of talking and working, kind of moving boxes and opening up cases to bring out more bottles of vodka for the festivities. And they see you approach, and they kind of get really nervous and, like, salute you. Like, oh, Lieutenant? To Elena. On.
Oh. Sorry, I got, like, really into, like, a message somebody sent me, and I was like,
okay.
Oh my gosh!
That's okay.
Sorry.
You're okay. So yeah, it's okay. So you approach the mess people. It's a bunch of junior enlisted guys, and they are kind of like pulling out the bottles of the vodka to kind of they're working overtime because Russians, they know how to party. And they see you approach, and they like stand at attention, all frazzled.
At ease, my friends, please. It's alright. I come in a celebratory manner. I want to ensure that those that we are celebrating this evening get a increased flow of the celebration. So I would like, is it just a simple gesture of, goodwill and intent? I would like to give each of you an extra tip for tonight for accommodating this incredible feat that these gentlemen have accomplished.
You got a mixed, so you have to choose. You're going to get what you need and add one to the
Okay.
mission pool, but you have to choose two. You attract unwanted attention. You take 1 harm from lack of sleep, which I don't know about that. You get poor quality stuff, or you incur a debt.
I'll incur a debt.
And you have 1 more that you have to pick.
Ugh. I kind of will. I think I will go for the harm because I think this celebration has caused her some unrest.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And upset because this is her squadron that is not getting the attention it deserves.
Mm-hmm. So, you go and you have, like, you say, like, when you mention the bribe, you're standing at this, kind of like this table where they're operating out of, and the people are moving the boxes and they're opening up the cases, and they're very quickly, it's like a very organized line. And you sort of disturb their flow with this, like, bribe and catch one of them off guard, and they take the box and one of them drops it on your hand. A box full of vodka. So you are going to receive 1 harm, and they quickly pull the box off, but, not without its, the damage is done. And they say, "Oh, Lieutenant, ma'am, I'm so sorry. I didn't see your hand there in the bribe. Do you need a medic? Should we call for somebody?"
No. No. This I won't forget. You realize I am a pilot, no? And that danger to my hand, one or both, could cost a mission and several lives.
Yes, ma'am.
I will not be forgetting this.
You see one of the supply guys is a lieutenant as well. He's the one overseeing everything, and he comes up and has heard what you were going to do. And he looks at the box, and then he looks at the private, and then he looks at the money that you had. Did you offer money already?
I just said I would offer a tip.
Okay.
For extra work.
He says, bribing is illegal and against protocol.
Who says this is bribing? I simply want to pay them appropriately for work. You can't tell me you've not been underpaid for something you have done.
Private, give them an extra box. Quickly. You owe us double.
I can do that. You really do have the confidence of a much taller man. And she hands over the money.
He he takes the box from the private and slams it on the table, purposefully missing your hand by like a fraction of an inch at that.
And I do not flinch. I'm staring at him.
Mm-hmm. Enjoy the ceremony or the festivities.
I hope you do too. I would love to know what you do with your tip for this evening. You choose what to do with it well. And she'll walk away.
He's going to go return to his work and kind of like bark orders angrily at the other two that are working. So you all reconvene with a bunch of fucking vodka just being poured straight into glasses for these men. I'm gonna say that you get one inebriated per person. So there end up being at the end of this 5 really fucking wasted guys. And fortunately, the winner was Lieutenant Golovin, who was the kinder of the 2 lieutenants. And he's going to sheepishly, mostly under peer pressure, collect his undergarments. And the other ones are going to kind of fight over who's going to talk to the reporter. the one, Lieutenant Golovin, goes up to you, Sergeant Oksana, and says, I don't need your stocking if you don't want to give it to me. It's... It's okay. You are very beautiful. It's not that. It's just I don't... That's not something I really need or want. But maybe if I don't take it from you, I might get... it might look bad for me with the other boys, if you understand.
No, I completely understand. You have to do what you can to keep up appearances, darling. I totally get it. But let me know if you win.
He looks at you, and he looks over at Lieutenant Elena, and he says, "Yes, I know a thing or two about keeping up appearances." And he sort of walks away, kind of like a little sheepish.
Nani?
He's gay.
Yeah.
Oh! He's
Yeah.
LGTB plus. Oh my god. Just plug him in like one of us. Oh.
So he sort of like, he gives you like a nod. He's like, if you know, I thank you, and he walks away. As the winner, he's somebody that is kind enough that when he wins, he's very humble about it and kind of like soft spoken, and the other guys sort of, they're okay that he won because his ego isn't bigger than theirs. So they kind of gas him up, and they're like, oh yeah, who you gonna pick, kind of thing, and he's just like, wait. And the other guys are kind of deciding who's gonna talk to Vera. Vera walks up to you all at the end and says, is there a certain angle you want this anonymous story to be told? What kind of information do you need? They seem like they've got... they're a little loosened up for me.
You should
I would
ask...
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. I mean, you are the lieutenant.
That was me as on being like, oh, I'm so sorry.
You should ask them about their achievements and the reasoning for why they are acquiring these medals, and just see what they have to say, and see how confident they are in their answers.
Also, interviewing a couple of them and seeing if their details match up might be helpful.
I will keep this in mind. Good luck on your mission tonight. If it is as successful as this was, then I'm sure I will see you all tomorrow.
Excitedly.
And she's going to walk away. And we are going to take a quick break. And then when we come back, go into our night mission. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. We're back. Thank you so much for hanging out with us for the day mission part of the Night Witches one-shot we're running here on Ain't Got Crit. We've got an amazing group of players here, and they really have, like, been really fucking great. Fucking up the 218th Fighter Regiment of a bunch of fucking children, except for Sergeant Golovin, who is one of us, and we love him. So if you are just tuning in, hello, we're playing Night Witches. It is a powered by the Apocalypse system, which means 2d6 plus whatever they have for their moves and modifiers. This is based on the actual female pilot female Red Army pilots of the Soviet Union during World War II, who were given scraps for equipment and totally moved so stealthily through the night that the Germans considered them witches on their broomsticks and gave them the moniker Night Witches. They had almost 4,000, I think it was like 4,000 bombings over the course of World War II, successful missions. For more information, just Google it, because I don't have it at my desk. We just finished our day mission in which they had to attend a award ceremony where the 218th took public credit for their success. Boo. And so to retaliate, they became friends with a female journalist named Vera, and she is going to get their story for their next mission that's being run right now. And in the meantime, they got a bunch of guys super drunk, and we're gonna have them make a fool of themselves, with which they do. And now we are going to move on to the night mission with the Night Witches. Are you all ready?
I am nocturnal.
Oh, yeah.
We are one with the night. Our duty station, just reminders, Pashkovskaya, which is the helping the Black Sea Fleet in the battle for the Caucasus. The Germans are showing up everywhere in pockets, but we are fending them off. The regiment has moved west and south into the warm southern maritime region dominated by the Kerch Strait. Now you're occasionally flying over water for the first time. Targets are heavily defended by anti-aircraft artillery aided by spotlights and supplemented by occasional fighter cover. The Germans are slowly learning how to defeat the PO2s using FW-190 fighters at dusk and dawn. The northern, for more context of the theater, the northern portion of the tactical area consists of marshes, bottomlands, and vast swaths of arable land, much of it now fallow. The southern portion consists of rough country covered in beech forests, rising into low hills and even mountainous terrain. The maritime climate is temperate and very wet. The Kuban River is the dominant waterway, stretching inland to Krasnodar and beyond. And if you remember, Krasnodar is right next to Pashkovskaya, which is your airfield. So you're running very close, very localized missions. It's essential that you get in and get out without being having to go through any evasive maneuvers. You do not want them following you. German troops can appear anywhere in this tactical area. Upon changing the duty station, so at the end of this mission, this is your last one before you are going to be relocated to another duty station, you will receive unless if it's given to the 218th again, you will receive the campaign medal for the defense of the Caucasus. So that's a little bit of an external incentive. So with that being said, Lieutenant Elena, you were attending the briefing of the mission, and you were reporting back to the sergeants of the squad. There is a end time that they expect you all back. It's going to you take off at 9, and you should be back by a little after midnight. All you are doing, you're going to go to the Kuram Zatovi rail junction, and you notice there's a note that there is light rain, so there's a little bit of a barrier for sight.
Okay.
They have ordered a daring night raid on German positions near the rail junction. Intelligence reports indicate increased enemy activity in the area, with searchlights and flat car-mounted anti-aircraft guns posing a significant threat to Soviet aircraft. Your objective for this encounter is to execute a successful night raid on the German positions near the Kiramzatovi rail junction, harassing enemy forces and disrupting their operations. You all must navigate through searchlights and evade anti-aircraft fire to complete your mission. There are 3 German hotspots where they congregate in very pointed areas to hijack the trains and prevent supplies going into Pashkovskaya. So that is the information you are given, and you are disseminating it to the others. If you would like to, you don't have to repeat all that. You could just go from there.
Yeah, she'll just kind of go through everything and just kind of trail up in the end. And there's some rain, but I mean, rain has never really stopped us in the past. I myself particularly enjoy it. It gives us an additional coverage. But the issue will most definitely be the searchlights. So we do need to ensure that we do not, or at least do our best to not get close to them. I know we have done these tactics before. I know we have gone through almost the exact same scenarios before, but it is worth re-mentioning to ensure it is out in the air. Those are the things that we need to avoid. We need to ensure that we get those hotspots, because without those, there are no supplies. There is nothing, and we need those. That is a primary objective, other than every single one of you coming home. Now, as usual, I will open the floor to any suggestions that any of you have. Please.
I think we all trust you to take the lead on this.
As always. Yeah, I am not one to let you down, but you never know if any of you had happened to come up with any sort of ideas between a previous mission and now.
What is your plan?
Now, here is what I have. As I come up with this on the spot right now.
We're all in the same boat, huh?
Yep.
So, then maybe we collectively, come up with something.
Yes. The first things that I can think of is potentially staggering our arrival. Now, I can use myself as quote-unquote bait to be able to distract and ensure none of you are seen. So I can take the skylights, whatever is happening. I am pretty adept with avoiding these anti-aircraft guns and whatnot. My owl can take it fairly well. So my idea is to stagger our arrival. That can be probably in the order of more or less confidence that you may have and places that we need to go. There are 4 of you, so there are 3 hotspots. We need at least 1 per hotspot, and an additional person I would like to have staying behind. Not staying behind, but staggering last, circling in the air, making sure that anybody that comes into immediate danger, you come in and gain additional assistance. Any thoughts?
So, you go first.
I was just going to say that I would offer up staying back in case someone needs additional assistance.
I agree. You have some very important skills that I think would be perfect for rescue.
Yes.
Are we are gunning on giving up our stealth initially?
That is actually, weirdly enough, yes. But I am considering not taking my owl, but an unmarked plane that they cannot tie back to anybody else. That it looks more like a civilian plane that they feel less threatened to take down. I hate to leave behind my owl, but I have worked with these unmarked crafts in its place, so we'll call it Owl Mark II, just for my heart.
Are there just with the given the time, is there like a, I guess, I don't know, no fly zone or something? Would it seem odd for a standard aircraft to be in the air at this time? Wouldn't that be more suspicious?
It could be. How
Is
would
that-
we approach otherwise with distraction of the skylights? So far, that's at least the only thing I can think of, but I'm more than happy to.
Do we need to distract them, or can we just avoid them?
We could. My idea with the distraction is basically ensuring my squadron your safety and ensuring that there are potentially less eyes on you.
My only concern, and I say this as a confident pilot that would take on one of the distraction spots easily, is I guess the potential for them to fire anyway if they see us. Perhaps our initial plan should be going for more stealth, and then if it comes to need of distraction, erring on that side.
I
We could do
absolutely
that.
agree.
I like that.
Absolutely agree with that.
I will
If
continue
they see
to-
one of us in the lights, then they might just assume they are being attacked and start searching for all the spots that we need to hit. So we may want to avoid, and if it gets bad,
Okay.
you are prepared to
Okay.
distract.
I like this. We should.
I also think if we're going to go for a distraction, perhaps rather than disguising ourselves as someone less of a threat, perhaps making a bigger statement and aiming for a different, making them think we're going somewhere else would be a better use of distraction.
Are we able to take out the skylights as a group? Like as a group, go for the skylights, take out the skylights, and then split to take out the targets?
That could work. However, there is the potential of them blind firing into the sky.
Oh, that is true. We do not want that. Well,
I do like the idea of kind of like a big spectacle almost. I think I should check with some of the commanders and see if we still have a functioning German plane that they think is one of theirs.
Oh.
That would be a smart decision.
I like this.
Yes, I am quite amenable to this idea. Just make them think that we are one of theirs.
Exactly. Okay. If that is the case, I can take that. We continue with a more stealthy approach. However, if we feel that we are losing our advantage, I will veer off into more of a spotlight scenario while you all go forward, continue with the ongoing assault. And we have Natasha holding back just in case, keeping stagnant in the air.
I will be backup distraction if needed.
Perfect.
If anyone needs cover, please do not hesitate to let me know. I would be more than happy to help you provide cover.
I agree. All right. This sounds good. I will go and speak to some of the commanders and see if we happen, any non-drunk commanders.
Do we have that?
Yes.
Potentially. Anastasia is probably not drunk, so that would probably be our best shot with a non-drunk commander. Major in her case.
So I'm gonna have you for that to see if you have a working German plane. I'm gonna have you make a flat roll. And
That's just 2d6
just
or 1?
2d6. And if you roll a mixed or success, you do have one in working order. If you have a fail, there is one, but there's going to be a cost later.
Well, I failed.
Okay.
No.
It was
So-
a 6.
Okay.
No.
So, being the leader, she will take on any necessary costs to ensure the mission. Aside from death.
No,
We
it's not
know
going to be.
how
It's not
to
going to be that kind of cost. There will
figured.
be a small cost though.
Perfect.
I'll let you know what that is once I come up with it.
Yep.
And just for a little more context for y'all and the folks at home, the Night Witches, their planes were pieces of garbage anyways. They only worked well because the Night Witches were also really good mechanics and loved their planes.
Damn right.
They were also very small, and to ensure that they were able to take on the most amount of artillery and bombs, they did away with things like parachutes and anything that could alleviate a little bit of weight to allow for the weight of the heavy hand of the Soviet Union. So there are... there you all are going to have, as you're all pilots, you're all going to be operating your own planes, but you will have one junior enlisted person with you that you can use as somebody who will shoot and drop bombs. So that way you're not doing all of it. So you just talk, you don't have to like role play it or anything. It's just somebody is going to be doing that for you. You just tell me what you want to do.
Okay.
But, you know, you don't have parachutes, you don't have med kits. These are very unnecessary things. They are known for gliding in and like shutting off their engines, gliding in and causing a scene and getting out. And with that, so you know of the major does give you access to the German plane. It is a little worse for wear. It's still being repaired. But she said it's in operating condition at least, if you would like to take that.
Yes.
Okay.
Nothing that the Night Witches can't handle.
Exactly.
So true.
So, remember that for this one, you all have regards, which are basically, for vampire folks, it's like a touchstone. So you do have people or airplanes that you are attached to, whether positively or negatively. So I'm not going to ask you all, like, who your regards are. Just make sure, if it comes up, then you say what your regard is, and you're going to add it, add a +1. So for example, if your regard is a plane and you think fondly of your plane and you maneuver your plane in any sort of way, you get a +1 to all of your rolls. If you are helping out somebody that you think highly of, then you are going to add a +1 to all of your rolls to help. Things like that. So with that, how do you all, you're going to spend a little bit of time doing a little bit of PMCS, preventative maintenance, to your airplanes before you take off. What are you all doing to prepare yourself, prepare your planes? What are you thinking about? What's your routine, your ritual before you go up in the sky? I will start with Masha.
What is my routine? I think I like to consider every angle that I can. I think there's kind of like the only way I can describe it, I guess, is like an intellectual like meditation. Like, okay, well, you know, if this person goes here, then where should I go? And you know, if it comes to the distraction, then you know, what are my best options for flying? So I get very kind of like into myself, and I actually think that you know, most people would separate themselves to kind of have more of this, you know, quiet spot to think. But I think I go and surround myself with other people because one, it is comforting, and two, because it aids in my practice of staying focused.
Perfect. I'm going to, you know what? I'm going to give, because you all have +3 for your mission pool. I'm going to give you all like a 1+1 forward, not a +1 ongoing, so you can use it once based on your rituals and what it could be used for. So for you, I will give you a +1 when you do any sort of navigation.
Oh, cool.
And Natasha, what is your ritual?
So Natasha is very attached to her aircraft, her plane. It is actually her regard. It's the one thing that she admires and loves. So she probably goes to spend some time with it, making it like cleaning up any parts that look dirty, checking her communications inside, and then sitting inside, she journals, just as she does before every mission. So her last thoughts, if they are her last thoughts, can get put on paper. So kind of just being with her plane and talking to it and journaling is probably what she would do before the mission.
Okay.
They're in it together.
For your that's beautiful. For yours, I'm gonna so for Rachel, just for clarification, you will get a +1 for any wayfinding move that you do.
Wayfinding.
And unless if your actual move on your character sheet is also about navigation.
No.
Natasha, you are going to get a +1 on any attack run. Also, you can use it if your move has to do with any sort of like joint effort between you and your plane, so attacking. And Elisabetta, what are you doing to prep?
So Elisavetta's ritual is more focused on, I think, grounding herself in why she needs to come back and making the repairs necessary to make sure that she does. So, as always, she carries a photo with her of her sister Sonia and her niece and nephew that she puts up in her plane at all times, and then would disappear to sort of make repairs and just double check that everything is working as well as it can, given the pieces of junk that they do fly.
I'm going to give you a +1 on wheels down. You are very adamant on coming home, so you will get a bonus to your wheels down move. Oksana, what is your prep?
So I have a sister. My sister Valia is really, really interested. She's just about a year off from joining the Air Force herself, and she is wanting to become a Night Witch. But I spend time writing letters telling the actual truths of what it's like, because I don't want to see her suffer the same fate as Diana, suffer the same fate as Nina. And so my rituals usually are writing as much of a hard ass and like a you know, I don't want to say ooh-woo, but like as much of like a jokester that Oksana can be. When it comes to her sister, she's extremely serious. So she spends her time prepping by writing a letter to her sister, telling her exactly what happened with the men's regiment, telling her how her valor was stolen by men, and then how immediately after it was time to turn around and go on another mission, and there was no time to really like decompress from that. But she finishes the letter, gives herself like a little cross, shoots off a quick prayer to her god, and hops in the cockpit.
I'm going to give you a +1 to enemy fire. It is crucial that you do not go down and you return so that you can send your letter to your sister. She can't be in the same situation you were in. So you'll get
Absolutely
a +1
not.
to enemy fire.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that was really, these are all very, very good answers, Jesus. And Elena, what are you doing to prep for your thing, for your mission?
I've been thinking about this, and yet I still don't totally know But I think what's easiest for her is to take a step back away from everybody. Take more of like a intimate time with the plane that she would be flying. In this case, it is not hers, and it is a German plane, of which she does know how to fly, but needs to be more intimately familiar with its controls, the way that it flies. So she would be sitting in the cockpit, eyes closed, giving herself like different commands or different keywords for different maneuvers, and she would practice them with her eyes closed. So then she would know without looking what controls to press, what to do, and how to fly it appropriately. So she would kind of go into her own meditative state while doing that, and then smoking because it relieves stress.
Yeah. Okay. So as the lieutenant, the one who is responsible for all of these women and making sure they all come back, I'm going to give you a bonus to Vedomaya. The Vedomaya move is when you cover your assigned fellow plane during a mission, hold 1. Spend your hold at any time to take one of their consequences on yourself or your aircraft. I'm going to give your bonus to where it absolves their consequence and you don't take it on. So that will be your, as somebody who is responsible and you're learning everything you can about this plane before, I'm going to make that a rolling bonus. So anytime during the night mission that you cover one of your sergeants, you can completely absolve that consequence without taking it on yourself.
Okay. So what is it called?
It's called
How do
the
you spell it?
Vedomaya, Vedomaya. And I think in the Discord chat, I posted the night moves and the day moves sheet. So it should be the first one under night moves. Yeah. It's that last PDF.
Got it.
So those are the ones. Anybody can do any of these moves as many times as you'd like. In Powered by the Apocalypse, it's an opportunity-based initiative. Everybody just takes turns. The GM does not roll any dice. And the GM just kind of puts themselves into initiative whenever it feels appropriate. But everybody kind of just gets a turn at the one at a time. So, you all have prepped, you've all taken a look at your planes, made the necessary checks and services, and you are ready to go. Do you want to do one more clarifying brief before you go to the junction?
Sure.
I also have a question real fast.
Yeah.
Just about the Wayfind move, specifically, it says when you lead a flight to a target, is that like, I guess just because I'm my first time playing the game, does that mean like to a specific target? Does that mean like to, not to the mission, but it's like, I guess I'm trying to figure out like when would be the time to use that move?
It's going to be, for this case, because there's 3 different targets, it's just a matter of navigating to where you are, like what you're looking for and getting to that point. So it's not like the junction is the target. It's for you specifically, what are you trying to get to and how do you locate where you need to be?
Okay.
I might also do like a group wayfind to see if anybody gets lost in the rain. The fun thing about PBTA and my rule of cool philosophy is that we get to do whatever the fuck we want.
Yeah.
As long as it tells a
Cool,
good story. So
Yeah.
Fantastic. So, and then also these bonuses that we got are just one-time use.
yeah, one time except for Elena's, which is a weirder, it's not like a +1, it's like a absolve from you all. So
Okay.
hers is ongoing. And
Fantastic.
you are all circled back up and about to head into your planes.
How's everybody feeling?
Confident?
Ready as we'll ever be.
I don't know why, but this one feels different. Does anybody else feel that?
Yes.
Maybe it was the party tonight. Maybe that is what makes things feel different.
It has to be the free-flowing liquor, the entire rigmarole of it all.
I wish I could have drank, let's be real.
I mean, technically, the situation is no different than any other. We are undermined for our gender and not really taken seriously. But maybe this one we get the medal.
When we get the medal.
I think we will. I hope the reporter fully sadly takes on a different name and is able to get this information out there because they will be able to hear it.
I agree.
And if we don't get a medal because we are undermined at every turn, at least we know that we will be responsible for ending the war.
Rightly said.
I like that. I like that a lot. All right. Does anybody have any last ideas, questions, anything at all?
Just let's give him hell.
I
Let's make it home.
Agreed.
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 We always will.
Sergeant Oksana, you notice there's something in your flight suit that feels a little like bulky, like it shouldn't belong there. Do you remove it from your pocket?
Yeah, I check my pockets and see what it is.
There is a very familiar flask in the pocket, and there is a little note that was tied to the little clasp, and it says, "Give the Nazis hell, ladies. Major."
I open the flask. Is there anything inside?
It is top quality Mother Russian homeland, just ace class vodka. It is.
Oh,
It burns your nose hairs.
I take a nip of it and then say to the rest, well, if anything is to happen tonight, at the very least, we should all have a sip of this and have a little bit of home within us.
where did you get that?
Oh, vodka always has its way.
Take a sip.
Yes.
I'll also take a sip.
Pass it over.
Liza will take the tiniest sip just to like participate and be like, haha, yeah, cool.
Oh,
Like,
come on, Liza. Have some fun. We're going to kick ass. And we have your back.
I would rather ensure that everyone makes it home. And
We
she
will make it home.
does take the tiniest sip before passing it back, but nothing that would affect her in any way.
Yeah.
So you all drink the essence of Nina's spirit. And you all get into your planes. And we're going to start this night raid to Karamzitovi rail junction. It is overcast and occasional light rain. You are going to take off east towards the rail junction, so there's no real going over water. You must maintain low altitude and use terrain features to avoid detection from enemy radar. So you don't have to worry about being in the water. You don't have to worry about being near the mountains to the south or the tall tree line. But because it's a little more clear, you risk being seen by the spotlights. So it's sort of, what's really nice is that the moves are sort of in order of the situation, like how it's going to play out. The first one being Wayfind. So with your plan in place and understanding that you all have radio comms throughout the entire thing, how do you all find yourselves to your targets? Who would be leading? I think Elena's leading, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we'll start with Elena.
Yep.
How does Elena find her way to where is she intending to go, and how does she find her way there?
So there's 3 places that we need to go. I think while she has them go and work on those 3 areas, basically she's going to do reconnaissance
Mm-hmm.
and try to find any good places for them to be or places to avoid.
Okay.
Kind of flying ahead of them, doing a little bit of reconnaissance to see if there's anything she could help with to ensure their success.
Okay. I'm going to have you make your Wayfind move. It is roll plus skill.
Perfect. 12.
Fucking beautiful. It says you find it and line up a textbook approach. So you are going to do your recon, and because you're in a German plane, it's a little bit easier to navigate and avoid the spotlights. There are 3 spotlights, each at the 3 locations that you have to bomb. There is one just north of the railroad line, one just south of the railroad line, and one on the railroad line, which is a necessary location. It's going to fuck up the logistics. You all are probably going to be blamed for like supply being short while they repair the line, but it's better than having the Nazis gain control of the junction. As you go through, you are able to give them the coordinates of all 3 locations without a problem. The spotlights easily evade you. They're not interested in a single German plane, just probably scouting or making like any sort of like navigation attempts to find the ally forces. So you are good. How are you going to communicate this, and where are you going after that?
Do we have like any sort of radio channel that we are on that we can communicate with each other?
Yes, you all have radio comms that you can all speak to each other the entire time.
Okay, cool. Yeah, she'll relay any information that she finds. Yeah. Nothing quite stand out as to her yet, but yeah. Just kind of pass along information.
Okay. Where are you going to circle back when you are, or are you sort of, what is your next like location? What are you going to do while the rest of them are taking out the German forces?
She'll circle back to where Natasha is and kind of stay within that holding position.
Mm-hmm.
If they are in danger, that's when she will move in and be the necessary distraction.
Okay. Who are the 3 that are taking out the junction or the German hotspots?
I believe I am one of them.
Mm-hmm. And Elizabeth.
I'm also one of them. Yes.
Okay. Is it just you 2, or is somebody else going to? I think Natasha's holding back. Oksana, where are you going?
I will be leading up the charge.
Okay, so you're gonna take
or I'll be going with Elena.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. So you are gonna be. I'm gonna have you do your wayfind next. So she gives you the targets and gives you first pick of which one's the easiest one to take out.
Okay.
So you'll be able, when you circle back, to take one of them out. So roll your wayfind.
My wayfind is okay. Oh, the roll plus skill. Well, great. It's just a flat roll. Well, That's a 2.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. That's totally fine.
I rolled 2 ones.
Okay. So, I'm going to guess that you don't want to scrub the mission and return home. You would rather strike the target late and alone, forcing you to make your own attack run. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's what Oksana would do.
Okay. All right.
Not to be like, that's what my character would do, but that's what my character would do.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So your comms, because of the rain and because it's a little bit, the turbulence kind of shakes you up a bit. You're kind of, your headphones kind of like clatter against your seat and your equipment, and you miss one of the coordinates that she gives you.
Zut.
So I will have you go last when we do our attacks.
Okay.
So Elizaveta and Masha, make your navigation or your wayfind rolls.
I got a 4.
It's plus skill, so that's a 9.
Oh, plus skill, sorry. Right? Yes.
Yes, plus skill.
That's a 5. Oh.
Okay.
What's the threshold for success then? Is this 7?
From a 6 to
Seven
yeah,
is
it's
partial.
7. 7 is partial.
7. Okay, so I am 6.
Okay. And then what are you again? Sorry, Emma.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm 5. I'm 5.
9 for Liza.
Okay. You would be 6, Masha, if you got a +1 for your bonus, right?
Can I hold the bonus?
Yeah, you can hold it.
Yeah, because
Okay.
there's no difference, so.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Also remember though, you get you have a pool of +3. If Oksana couldn't have used it because she got a 2, and it still would have been a 5. But if you want to consider using a +1
So if I
and
use
your
a-
hold,
So then it would bring me to 7?
it would bring you to 7.
Then I will do that then.
Okay. So now you guys have a +2 for your pool. And now you both have mixed. So you can choose, you're going to get to where you need to go, but your plane suffers a minor mechanical failure. The enemy is waiting for you, which triggers enemy fire, or you're stressed or banged around, which is split 2 harm however you want.
That is for both of us?
Yeah, both of you pick one of those.
How would you split harm?
That's a great question. I don't know what that means. So I'm going to say if you want to both agree to that one, you'll just both take 1 harm.
I'm fine with that one.
Yeah, I think I'm fine with that as well.
Okay. All right. So you two, the communication's been kind of shoddy with Elena's giving the coordinates to Oksana, and Oksana hitting that turbulence. She wasn't able to relay that to you two in time. And as you hit that patch of cloud, and kind of a little bit of the Eastern European stormy weather, you are both hit with a little bit of turbulence also. You're able to both split off in time without it getting too much to both of you at the same time, but you're also jostled, and you will both take 1 harm.
Great.
Now, Oksana, you are able to pull back around and hit the 3rd target if you would like to try again.
I would love to try again.
Okay. I'm not going to make you don't have to roll again. You're gonna strike it, but it's gonna be, there can't be any like assistance with your attack run. I think it's gonna be more of a teamwork effort for everybody else.
Okay. That's fine.
Okay. And then Natasha, what is, when everyone else's comms are kind of getting a little shitty, what is your reaction to that? How do you bring everybody back?
So since my job was kind of to stay back and see if anyone needs extra assistance, I feel like losing kind of comms on a couple people, I would try and go around and just get an eye on everyone just to make sure I see, like, are we still up? Was there a surprise attack? Are we, like, a little sweep, kind of?
Hell yeah, roleplay that.
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to think, how do I roleplay that? I'm just by myself, right? So
Yeah, but you've got comms though, so you can
okay,
talk
I
on
was
the
like, are
radio.
the comms still up?
Yeah,
Or did they?
yeah.
Are we okay, sorry, that's the part. I was like, do I have? Can
Fly
I
the
talk to them, or are
plane.
they
Make
shouting?
the airplane sounds.
I know. I'm like, okay, here we go. Like, okay. So she'll get on the comms and just be like, can anyone hear me? Ixona, Masha,
Huh?
Liza.
I'm here. Things are wonky on my end, but we'll be fine, I think.
And are the comms coming in kind of shoddily, like I'm hearing, or am I hearing fully what they're saying?
It's you guys got out of that little patch of clouds, so
Perfect.
they're all
Okay. Okay. Does anyone need the backup? Over.
I'm going to try to take out the third target on my own.
We were successful in our Liza and my hits, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
You all were. Oksana even was as well, but she's just gonna have to go last.
Okay.
Okay, I will continue to stay back. Elena has moved back with me. I see her. Elena, do you read me? Over.
Elena?
Elena, do you read me? Over.
Hello? Hello?
I think I hear her slightly. I will stay.
Is everything okay?
Yes. Are you able to read me? Can you hear what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay. I think our communications are back on. I will continue to sweep the back area. Signal to me if you need any assistance, and I will be there as quickly as possible.
Right.
Over.
I was like, is she gonna say anything else?
I know. Over. And then I'll sweep back next to Elena.
Okay. Perfect. So I'm gonna go with so there's like the location to the north, there's a location to the south, and then there's a location on the tracks. The three of you that are dropping the bombs, which ones do you all want to pick?
I'll go north. Are we coming from the south or are we
We're coming from the west.
We're coming from the west. Okay, so then yeah, I'll go north.
Liza will take the center and take the tracks.
Okay. And then Oksana will take the south. Okay. So the three of you sort of branch off and are able to kind of maneuver your way to the area where there's like enemy spotlights, and that you know that that's where you need to go. It's literally they are giving you a X to X marks the spot with the spotlights, but you do have to be very aware that they're there and potentially evade them. The next roll that you three are going to do is an attack run. This is going to be whether your bombs land or if there's any consequences. So all three of you can roll plus guts.
Here we go. Why am I so anxious for this roll?
I believe in you.
It's an 11.
11 here as well.
What did you
It was
get,
just getting
Amber?
there that was rough.
Oh, what did I roll? I
Yeah.
did not.
You're gonna roll plus guts.
Oh. Okay, plus guts. Hell yeah. That's a 10.
Fuck
Hey!
yes. Okay. So on a plus 10, your payload connects and you get to choose one of these. You get to... Oh, wait. Why does it say that? Choose one. Oh, it connects, but... Okay, because this is so dangerous, there is a cost to it. So you are going to land, or your bomb's going to land exactly where it needs to go, but you each have to choose. The damage to the target is not significant and it's your fault. You fly through a storm of flak, which triggers enemy fire. A plane in your section is damaged, which it's my choice which one. Or you and your fellow airwomen are marked.
I'll take a third harm. So
Well,
let's
actually,
go for that.
wait. I don't think the marks are harm.
No, the
'cause
marks
we
aren't
have
harm.
marks on the character sheets on page 2.
Oh, do we? Was I doing that wrong the whole time? Oh my god.
No.
Right.
Yeah, and if you
marks aren't
take
harm.
all your marks, then you die. I'm pretty sure.
Okay,
But
cool.
it's separate from harm. So we each started with 5 open marks.
Cool. Okay, so yeah, so the only
Well, yeah, go ahead.
so the marks would be, hold on, I could do this math. So Elena's hand is she's still stressed. She still has 1 harm. And who's the other person that had harm? Because I think that was a mark
It
instead.
was me.
I have a legit harm.
Yeah.
So my character's fine.
Yeah.
I took a harm from my failed wayfind.
But that should be a mark. Right?
It should be a mark?
From
No,
your
it
failed-
should be a harm. It says you're stressed or banged around, split 2 harm however you want.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. So yeah, you would take a harm.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody else has marks. I don't think I gave that
Well,
to
then
anybody.
let's go for you and your fellow airwomen are marked.
Okay. Perfect. Also, just to let you know, for yours, Oksana, in case you want to change your mind, enemy fire is your bonus. So if you want to trigger the enemy fire, you have a better chance of getting a plus, because you have your +1.
Okay, then yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Let's go for that. Thank you for the reminder.
No worries. Okay, so then Masha and Liza, which ones are you going to pick? You can also pick the same one.
Yes.
There's some really cool moves. I'm reading them all right now.
Yeah.
I
I'm
think
reading,
Liza would
sorry.
Take
That's okay.
the mark.
You're gonna take the mark? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The mark, so that's just checking off one of the boxes here.
Yeah.
I also have the ability to move my mark to another player.
That's pretty
But
amazing.
I know, isn't it terrible?
I mean, you can it's a one-shot. You can cash that in if you want, just to
I kind of want to.
do it.
Just for fun.
How would you So let's fucking roleplay that. So you are going to you're gonna go and you are a little bit shaken from that turbulence that was not anticipated, and it causes a little bit of stress for you, and you're a little bit jumpy, and you want to make sure that you get this after everything that happened. You literally just came out of an awards ceremony where it didn't belong to you, or the awards were given to somebody else that should have been yours. How are you going to convey frustration on comms? And the person that you convey that to is who you're going to give the mark to.
Ooh. How do I convey the frustration?
I think it might be towards Elena. Like that she's supposed to be leading you guys.
Honestly, I was going to say you. I was going to say Elena.
It feels right. It feels appropriate.
Yeah, so that is the mark that's coming from Liza. Yes, that I'm deflecting. So yeah, I think yeah, I guess God, I don't even know how to word this. Just because it gets hit, but we're just stressed from it. It's interesting. It's interesting to be mad in a successful situation,
We'll do it before you actually drop the bomb then.
That's true. Okay, sure. Sure. So it's like because how we do it is turn the engines off and sail over the target. But maybe after the turbulence and just the concern and everything, and also because Elena is, we've been informed, but maybe I'm feeling like we do need extra assistance in this. And maybe this was a thing that I wasn't expecting, was the turbulence. So I'm stressed out by that. And I'm just like, fuck, Alina, we need you right now. I need you over here in the north.
The queen in the north.
Are you needing a distraction? Is this what you are asking for me?
Maybe.
I need to know.
As the bomb sails down and hits. And I go,
She totally sees the explosion. I guess you don't need the distraction.
Never mind. Sorry, it was stressful.
Stressful.
It is okay. Remember to take at least one deep breath. Move on to the next.
And
Ready if you need me.
And you all see the first explosion. There was a spotlight that started to go close to, kind of like tail right behind where Masha's plane was, and any further and it would have caught the tail of her aircraft.
Oh,
but at the last second,
Christ.
the bomb comes and detonates on the north side of the tracks. You see the spotlight just shatter in the fractals of light as it explodes underneath the barrage of artillery, and that Nazi stronghold is no more. And at the same time, Liza, you shut off your engine to coast over the tracks, and you follow the line where the train brings the supplies, and you know that it's going to fuck up the line for a little, and but you know what? Maybe it's for the best, because those guys aren't going to get their cigarettes anytime soon, and fuck them. Who cares? You know what you're doing and what you're doing for the cause.
If they were halfway decent soldiers, they could give up cigarettes for a week or two for the cause.
So that's the mark from Liza. So I guess because my consequence, I guess I'll also choose the marks.
Okay.
I guess so. I'll just take one.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. It's that or the other one would be the plane, but okay, let's go with the plane.
Yeah, you can do that because
Plane
it's
damage.
yeah, that's okay. If you want to do that, it's not gonna the plane damage is not gonna be like it's not gonna damage it to ground. It's just going to
Okay.
Yeah, I'll probably do. How many harm do you have?
On me, I only have one.
Okay, I'm just gonna give you a second harm if that's okay.
Okay.
So
No?
So yeah, no, it's not going to damage you to like go down.
Okay.
So yeah, so the so Liza, to go back to Liza's, that bomb goes down and you all can see the same, it's a mirrored, you see the spotlights, the other two spotlights, as soon as the explosion happened, they pivot theirs to that location. But you all are so well timed with your like how you are going to be dropping these that it's maybe a second that they have the advantage of seeing through the night sky before Liza's bomb crushes into the train line. It takes out some of those flat car anti-artillery that were set up ready to shoot up at enemy aircraft. Yours is going to take out two of them that were on the line. It is also going to take out a piece of the train that they had hijacked to prepare to reroute. So that is not in working condition at all. You are going to definitely be responsible for people's nicotine withdrawal. Masha, as you see the second explosion, there is a final anti-artillery aircraft which is able to focus like kind of like blindly. It doesn't really see you. Your engines are off, your comms are down during that time. So you get hit with this stray anti-artillery. It goes into the cabin, and it just cuts into wiring. There's a bit of smoke that ends up coming into the cabin. It also cut a hole in the glass, though, so it's getting filtered out, the smoke. It's not to the point where you're going to inhale too much of it to where you pass out. It's just really hard to see as things are sort of sparking and coming, like blowing out of the glass.
Occupational hazard.
And Sergeant Oksana leading up the rear in the south.
Oh yeah, I'm leading up the rear, all right.
Ayo.
Hey,
Someone's rear. Am I right, Lieutenant Elena?
someone's gotta. Not that we've had a lot of interaction, but it's all good.
You are going to take enemy fire, correct? That was the. Was that the one we decided?
Fire.
Okay. So that anti-aircraft, the third spotlight, manages to scope you out. So you are going to trigger an enemy fire. It is when your PO2 is hit by bullets or flak, roll plus luck. On a 10 plus, the old girl's in one piece and you're fine. There is 2 consequences for a mixed, and you have a +1.
Okay. Okay.
What did you get?
Oh, sorry, I'm doing math in my head. I rolled. Adding is hard.
Don't forget about the pool that we have.
Oh yeah, we have a pool of 2.
Okay, because I rolled a 9, and if I take one from the pool, then I'm good.
You're good anyways. You got a +1 bonus for that for enemy fire.
No, it's a 9. That's including the +1.
Oh,
bonus
okay.
for enemy fire.
Yes.
You need a 10.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. You want to take +1?
Well, and then I had a +1 bonus from my regard because I'm doing this not only in memory of my sister, or at least with my sister's memory, but also because I want to show Lena that I'm actually a capable pilot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to impress her.
Yeah, you don't have to take from the dice pool for that. You get your +1 and you'll get a 10.
Okay, great.
Fuck yeah. So, okay. So you get hit by, you go south after you were the most shaken up by the turbulence because you cut through first after not hearing from Lieutenant Elena. So as you circle around to go back, you see you see your other comrades go to the far left and to the left of you, and you sort of go out of sight, as you lose sight of them. You all just have to trust each other that during this time where the engine's off and the comms are down, that you are going to hit your targets. And there's a moment of silence where you think of your sister. And I'm going to trigger a short little flashback with you. During this moment, which seems like an eternity, but it's really maybe a minute long, of just darkness and stillness as you hear the slow hum of your aircraft going through the night sky silently. Give me a memory of your you shared with your sister right before you decided or left for the army.
I think my sister had always wanted to be a pilot. She had seen our father go off to war as a pilot and not return from war as a pilot when we were both very young during the First World War. And now we're both older. We're both,
wanting to live up to the expectations that our father spent, but like my sister still is dedicated to becoming a pilot and following in our father's footsteps and becoming just as skilled and even more of an ace as he was. But what flashes is the final argument before I left, where I was trying to convince her. I was trying to convince Valia that this is not what she wants, that this is not the life that she thinks it would be. It's not just valor and praise and flying, it's death and destruction and loss, and it's all required in order to keep us safe. And the last thing that I need, and the last thing our family needs, is to lose another family member to enemy fire.
And you see the very vivid image. Her name was Valia.
Yeah.
Of Valia coming home from like stumbling out of a car, not drunk, but a little buzzed, and she comes over to you, very worried sister that you are, and she says, Sani, I did something. I talked to a recruiter.
You did what?
A recruiter to join, just to, you know, like Papa and like you, and I'm going to join the Red Army. I'm gonna be a hero and do something with my life.
I'm not the hero yet. I don't leave for boot camp for another 3 weeks.
Sani, you are my hero. You've always been my hero. This is what we always talked about when Papa didn't come home. We were going to go and we were going to fight together and come home together, and I'm going to do it. I talked to somebody and they said that once I finish school, then... And I thought you would be happy. I thought you would be proud.
But what? I'm shocked. Honestly, I thought that you knew that we couldn't afford to lose you.
Well, we can't afford to lose
that
you
I'm
either.
the oldest.
That doesn't matter. I can't lose you too. So why can't you just be proud of me? If Papa was here, he would be proud of me.
I don't know if he would be... No, I can't say that. He would be proud of you. He would be very proud of you, and I'm proud of you too, but think of Mama. Think of Pieter, our little brother, who adores the very ground you walk on. What if you did not come home to them?
What if you did not come home, Sani? Why is the burden on me for being the second?
Because it is my duty as the first to take care of you.
That is absolute shit. And you know it.
I agree. I absolutely agree, but I promised Papa.
Papa is dead.
And you don't have to be.
I'm disappointed. I don't...
Disappointment fades.
I will not forget this. I can forgive since you are leaving soon, but I won't forget. You remember that when you write to me. And she's gonna walk back into the house and leave you alone. And as you look up at the night sky, the stars sort of swirl from the past back to the present. And you are brought back to the current circumstance as your bomb is dropped. And the third Nazi stronghold at the junction goes up in a ball of flame. And you could swear that when you looked over through the billowing smoke in the night sky, you saw your father's old plane flying beside you.
Fuck.
Natasha, you see all three explosions happen almost simultaneously. For the others, it seemed like it took a day. It just, time sort of stands still when you're the one gliding silently over a detonation zone. But you, looking after everybody as sort of a mother hen of the comrades, you see that everybody had made their marks, and the engines are turned back on and comms are back up, and you can make sure that everybody is okay.
So as I see all three bombs going off over comms, not knowing the emotional state of everybody, she kind of comes off as very excited in hopes that like we did it. So as you guys are having these like moments, her excited voice kind of pops up, bringing you back a little bit. And you just hear, I've seen the bombs go off. I see all three bombs go off. You did it, my friends. I need you to confirm your whereabouts. Over.
Please tell us, please. I need to know.
Oh my god, Elena.
Success!
Oh god! I was like, no one's talking. What do we do?
Success!
Alright, success one. I need the other two. Did you complete it?
Success here, over.
Oksana?
Success here. Over.
Woo!
Okay, let's get home, ladies.
Thank God.
And
Okay, make yourselves home. I will trail behind to ensure that you are not seen.
And then let's get a drink.
Yes.
Please.
Another!
and with
I understood that reference.
with our wheels down roll, is anybody injured? Is anybody's aircraft injured? Or yeah, that's it. Is anybody injured or their aircraft?
Yes.
I have one harm.
Yeah.
Okay. So no for Natasha, no for Liza, and no for Elena? Oh, Elena, you've got a harmed hand.
Elena
which-
has her hand hurt, but there was no damage to the plane or anything else.
Okay. So when you land a plane under less than ideal circumstances, which includes being injured or having a damaged aircraft, you are going to roll wheels down, which is roll plus skill. Who had the wheels down bonus?
That was
reading
me
about
that had the wheels down bonus.
Okay. If you want, you can also roll your plus skill. If you succeed with your bonus, everybody else will get a +1 to theirs.
Okay.
So you better succeed.
Please.
Please.
I
That's a lot
am
of pressure.
injured
Okay.
and my plane is not doing well. Over.
I'm
So that's-
compromised. My brain, my heart is compromised.
So that's a partial success. I got an 8 + 1 with the so wheels down is plus skill, so that's +9. With the bonus, it's +10. Or with the bonus,
Yay.
it's 10.
Beautiful. Okay, so
Very-
so Natasha, you do not have to roll because you are not under ideal circumstances.
Very sparrow-like of me to just avoid everything.
You also, though, you have your harm roll, so if you want to remove harm from people, we can role play that out so that
Yeah,
happens.
who has the most harm? Does anyone have more?
I have 2.
Okay, because I can take a mark and remove all your harm.
If you wanted.
It's a one shot. Yeah. You flirted with me one time, so.
Wonder why that happened.
I'm gonna-
Like 6 years
I'm-
ago.
I'm gonna have you to do something with that later, so wait for
Okay.
that. But still, Masha, Oksana, and Lena, roll your wheels down. Plus skill.
So am I taking the harm off from
Yeah.
Natasha?
Yeah.
Or am I rolling?
You
Oh,
are
no, okay,
taking.
so
You're gonna take the harm off, but you still have to. Oh! I see what you're saying. Yeah. You know what? Still do it because your plane is actually damaged. I'm still gonna make you roll it, and then we'll do your
Copy.
heal after.
10-4 on that. No. Okay, let's go.
Oh, okay. I rolled a 9.
Okay.
So
9.
my
Okay.
lack of skill, courage, or care with the people's machinery is noted.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay. Cool.
And you know what? I think it makes sense that this plane would be unflyable for me afterwards, especially after that flashback that I had. I probably went way too hard on avoiding the enemy fire while bombing. Then, yeah.
Okay. And you got a 9 also, Masha.
Yes.
So which 2 are you picking for your mixed?
Let's see.
While you're choosing, Rachel, were those rolls with the bonus that Liza gave? Because wasn't my role to pass my bonus on to both of them?
Wasn't.
Or
Yeah. Oh yeah. So add a plus.
So then it's a 10.
Yeah. Oksana, make sure you add your bonus from Liza. You get a +1 for that.
So then I only choose 1?
No, if it's a 10, yeah, you don't have to pick anything for a 10 plus. And then, Amber, did you add Liza's +1 to yours? Oh, okay, so you still had a 9. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then, Elena, what did you get? On.
I thought I rolled for it. Weird. Okay. Oh no, I did. There's my dice. 11.
Oh, shit. Okay. So,
I also have some form of consequence that I don't know if I had yet.
what's that?
Oh, I was supposed to. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to do that for your debrief.
Okay. I didn't know if that was something that I missed. I was like, oh my gosh, did I miss something?
No. Oksana, though, there is still a remaining +2 in the dice pool if you want to take one and make it a 10.
Please do.
Amber.
Oh,
That's okay. I've been changing.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I literally have 3 people DMing me all at once, and I'm like, where are all of you coming from?
You're
No one
fine.
DMs me.
You're fine. So you can add from the pool. There's a leftover of +2, so you can also get a 10.
Yay!
So
I'll
you-
take a 10.
So you all make it back. Everybody makes it back in one piece with no further damage if your plane is damaged, and no further harm, and if you were harmed. And there's no fanfare when you arrive. Everyone is passed out drunk or partying in their barracks. The only people that are there to meet you are the ones that take care of the planes when you get out of them, and the major, who looks as if she had been worried sick. She sees the smoke come out of the cockpit for Masha's plane, and immediately knows Natasha's medic history or her high medical caregiving background, and says, our medics are useless right now. Natasha, you take Masha and go take care of her injuries.
Yes, right away.
And
Crawling onto my plane.
I'll get out and immediately pull you out.
Thank you.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I am now.
What are you injured at all, or was it just the plane?
I think nothing went through the plane, hit me. Do I have any like shrapnel type situation or?
No, you were very lucky. You probably are a little bit concussed, if anything.
Okay, I'm dizzy.
The gayest shit ever.
Catch me before I fall.
As I'm already like holding you out of the plane. Let's get you to the medical area. I will stay with you and make sure you are okay and take care of you.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, of course.
I really think I need your assistance tonight. I think so.
Yes, I'll stay with you all night.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, and then I'll start watching. Don't let anyone else know, Ascana. Secret.
Wait, and I kind of like I for like aside, I'm like, do you like me?
So in order to do my dark bargain, I have to choose a mark, and the mark I'm going to choose is reveal a secret in order to heal her, which ends up working out really well.
Oh, does it?
Oh, does it?
Go ahead, tell me what your secret is. Tell me what your secret is.
I'm telling to our top brass, the secret is basically that ever since I met Masha, I've just like fallen for her. If you look through my journal, a lot of the drawings are portraits of her.
Role play this.
Okay, I was like,
Aaron's like, now.
Do you like me?
Is it that obvious?
Natasha, I don't know how to say this, but I have had a major crush on you since I saw you. And mechanically, literally, you are one of my regards. I love Natasha.
You were late to our session 0, so we made that her regard, and we all knew, but you did it.
No idea.
Yeah.
She pulls out her journal, and like you can see it's the journal she had from. Sorry, the cameras went weird. It was the journal she had, the original journal. And she kind of goes through it, and you can see the picture of the airplane that she had drawn, and then the next picture is a portrait of you.
Oh my god.
And she hands it to you.
Natasha, I don't know what to say. This is so sweet.
Maybe we should speak somewhere in private. And
yes, I'm so dizzy. We should go somewhere else.
Yes, you're very dizzy. You are concussion.
So dizzy. I'm concussed. Let's go away.
And she'll go to help you move. But it's like in a way where you can tell it's a little more intimate without being obvious because you're dizzy. So she's helping you walk, but
so dizzy. Oh, I really
kind
appreciate
of like hugging onto you.
Oh my god. Okay. And
I enjoy it.
Yeah, we know what's gonna happen. We'll move back
We're alone in the medical area.
Fade to black.
Oh my god. Making out on the fucking table? Stop.
Hot.
Oh god, that was so that worked out so well mechanically. That was
so funny.
Gay fate.
And the fact that I didn't know that I was her regard, it makes it so much better. Guys, we won the game.
We won the game.
We won.
Fucking that was the gay agenda, and we fucking did it. Oh my god.
LGBTs.
Okay, so
LGBTs.
LGBTs. Okay, so going back from that fucking serendipitous moment, that puts fucking Kate Beckinsale and John Cusack to shame. So we've got the other three with the major, Liza and Oksana and Elena. We're going to do your debrief. Fucking Steve. We're gonna do your debrief.
Oh my gosh.
We're gonna do your debrief. So Elena, you are going to, your consequence here is that you have to report honestly to the major about what happened. And your big oopsies was that you did not, your hand was really fucking hurting when you were navigating. And when you hit that turbulence, you were supposed to relay that information to Oksana and the others, and you didn't. And you have to now report that to the major. She is going to say, Lieutenant, how was the mission? I see you are all back.
Yes, we are all back in one piece. However, there is some information I need to disclose.
Disclose.
I received an injury before the mission, and it caused what could have been some potential issues. There was some turbulence that I neglected to relay as I was distracted by pain. This is something that I should not have had happen, and it's uncharacteristic. So this is why I must tell you in full honesty my mistakes.
You know, as the leader of your squadron, you have a responsibility to be in the best shape. Any sort of fault, any sort of injury, anything, it is a risk to the rest of the women. You know this.
Correct. I will take whatever disciplinary action is required. I take it fully upon my shoulders, as I know this was a full error on my behalf.
Sergeants, you succeeded, yes, in the bombings?
That is correct.
Did the turbulence affect you at all?
It did. It really did. I was affected by the turbulence.
It did cause some confusion in the beginning. Yes.
But we were able to make it through all the turbulence and successfully carry out our mission.
I think at that point I would like to utilize the shit talking move. And
okay,
just to sort of drive it home, because my regard is that my character fears Elena and some of the decisions that she makes. And based on this fault, I think that shit talking move will work well. Call out another player player character you despise at a debriefing and roll plus regard. On a plus 10, hold 3. On a 7 to 9, hold 1. Spend your holds 1 for 1 to give this person -1 forward.
Oh, goodness gracious. Okay.
So
way harsh, Ty.
I'm not sweating.
So that is a 6 plus 1 for the regard. So that's 7. So I believe that would give me 1 hold.
Okay.
As Liza would sort of speak up and say, well, Sergeant Masha is not here to speak for herself, but I know that there was a great deal of confusion on her part during the turbulence, and she even asked for assistance, which was not clearly responded to.
I see.
Side eye.
What was your holds that you're gonna pick?
So it just says I can spend the hold to give the person a -1 forward.
Okay.
So I would have 1.
Okay.
So I think I basically hold it until I decide to give it to Elena, which doesn't really work for the one shot, but...
Do you want to spend it now?
I might as well spend it now.
Okay.
Yeah. Might as well.
Elena, roll a flat roll.
Okay.
Oh no.
Oh God. Okay.
A 3 and a 1.
She sort of is folded. Her arms are folded at this point, and she's listening and considering to all three of you. And she puts her head down. Lieutenant, there was a report that came on my desk. A lieutenant from the 218th saw you speaking with Sergeant Oksana in a very familiar way. Now I am left in a particular predicament where I need to know what to do with this paper, with this report. If I were to add any more detriments to your file, it would result in a demotion. However, I see that the dressing down has already been given to you by your non-commissioned officer. I think you have learned your lesson about the importance of communication and when it is best to over-communicate and when it is best to keep things private, out of sight. I did not get to my position by being careless, if you understand my meaning. It will not happen again.
Correct.
Once Masha is out of the med hold, all of you will do your own debriefing, and you can spend the rest of the weekend off. Well done.
Thank you.
And as she passes by Liza, she's going to stop and kind of like look over at you, but not at your face. She's just kind of looking down towards you. You know, Sergeant.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioned officers hold a very particular responsibility. Their conscience weighs a little bit heavier than you would think. Don't give her too hard of a time. Next time. We all make mistakes. Forgiveness goes a long way.
I will keep this in mind.
Good night, night witches. Well done.
Thank you, Major.
And with that, we conclude our very gay one-shot of Night Witches.
Oh my gosh. I felt like I'm going to speak to anyone for like 2 full days. Like nobody.
So fun.
That was really fun.
Oh
my
my
goodness.
God.
Thank you so
Holy shit.
much for going on this fucking wild ride. We got gay, we killed Nazis, we got a bunch of man children to drink and fight with each other. We hit on a
Yeah, we did.
we hit on a journalist and got her to switch sides. Like, we did the thing. It was awesome.
We had
well
family
done.
trauma.
We had family trauma come back in a flashback.
Oh. That, because as being an oldest child and having to be forced to be perfect, I was like,
Is everybody, are your hearts okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I could say mine is filled.
Okay.
Yeah,
Aw.
mine's all warm.
Elena's is broken. I did not expect her to like go through all of that.
Thank you all so much. I told them all before we started that I was like, oh, this is gonna be 2 hours. So thank you all were so great. Thank you so much. I want to go around and reintroduce yourselves. Tell me who you are, where we could find you, what your projects are, anything you want to shout out. And we'll start same process. We'll start with Emma.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Emma. Like I said before, I am a TTRPG actor and producer in the actual play space. And like I realized I forgot after everyone started plugging their channels, I am the founder and creative director of the Tabletop Tail Spinners Network, which is where I do most of my my producing and acting and GMing. So we are a podcast network that focuses mainly on putting marginalized voices at both the head of the table, which is often a place that's forgotten among casting choices, and in our casts as well. So we currently, all of our 3 shows that we have are run by women and LGBTQ plus people. So I run 2 of those 2 of those podcasts, a 5e campaign called Chronicles of Kriath, and a one-shot podcast called Improv Madness, which is currently uploading every other Thursday. We also have All Our Faults, which is a Monster Hearts 2 actual play podcast, which is fantastic. And that is run by Mistress Winter. And that can be found, all of those can be found wherever you find your podcasts, but we do have a link tree. So if you go to linktree/tabletop tailspinners, you'll be able to find all our social media links and all of those podcasts.
Perfect. And I am going to be posting links to everything in the chat. And Amber.
Hi, everybody. I'm Amber, also known as The Space Jamber. I am a 3-time Emmy-nominated TTRPG writer, editor, podcaster, and streamer. I have worked on things like Necrobiotic and Flabbergasted, and will be working on wonderful things such as the Chew-niverse, as in like chewing food, and then niverse, as in universe. That is the expansion of the Chew tabletop TTRPG. And then I will also be working on coming out of Mimiclandia, which is the Mimicnomicon Pride Adventure coming out in June. So those are some things that have just recently been announced. If you are a big fan of Paizo and Pathfinder in particular, and you're going to PaizoCon, or PaizoCon Online, I'll be running games at PaizoCon Online in May as well. So lots of fun stuff coming up. You can find me anywhere there's internet at The Space Jamber or at my website, thespacejamber.cool. I'm currently booking for March, April, and May for appearances if people would like to set up games. So let a bitch know. I can do big emotional moments. Did you see the one I had? I can do those. So,
Amazing.
yeah, thank you so much, Erin, for putting this table together. This has been a dream, and I've always wanted to play Night Witches, and I couldn't have imagined a better table to play with.
Oh, thank you. And I posted your links as well. And On.
Yes, I went still in my Russian accent. My name is On, short for Anduin. I am the creator of the TTRPG channel Roll D5, where we specialize in playing indie RPGs. We've got some really fun stuff coming out. The game we actually have coming up on the 21st is called Eyes on the Prize. It's a GM-less game that's going to have Shadow and M. And it's going to be so cute. It's basically about a fake marriage and trying to like navigate their way through it. And both of these people are terrible at taking compliments, and part of it is complimenting each other and like looking like they're in love. So it's gonna be the cutest thing to watch them like awkwardly just be like, oh my gosh. So it's gonna be really cute, really adorable. So I hope you guys come stay for that. I had a blast being here, and I will always come back.
Yay! Thank you. I love you too so much. And Nicole.
Hi, I'm Nicole, also Miss Nicole Morgan. My main thing right now is playing video games on YouTube. That's mostly what I do. I have a bunch of Let's Plays and things like that. I also do a lot of tabletop stuff in the Arizona community, in our local community. I'm the tabletop RPG manager for Game On Expo, a really large gaming convention on this side. So I organize a lot of that area. Same with Crit Hit Arizona and the Nexus mini-cons that take place in Arizona. And I'm at basically any convention in Arizona, I'm there at the tabletop area managing it. I'm also a professional dungeon master for the Arizona radio station 98 KUPD with Fitz Madrid. So I do D&D on with the radio group and go to a lot of their events. So I do a lot of stuff like that. So just a lot of local Arizona stuff. And I'm now this year starting to do online things. But mostly I play a lot of video games on YouTube. Things like Little Guardsman, Baldur's Gate, a lot of nerdy fantasy games. And this was super, super fun. This was my first virtual tabletop on Twitch. I've streamed TTRPGs on Twitch before, but they're always in person with different local groups. So I had so much fun playing with all of these beautiful people, and I'm definitely excited for more. This was very, very fun, and I admire all of you so much.
Oh, yeah. That's so cool that you do a bunch of radio stuff. I always learn something new about you that I'm you're really fucking cool.
I always forget to say something, and I remember, and I'm like, oh
Right?
yeah, I did this and this.
And last but not least, we have Rachel.
Hi, yeah. So I'm Rachel. I am one of the producers and main cast of RP Jesters. I do a bunch of things. RP Jesters is kind of my main gig in the tabletop scene. TTRPG actual play podcast. Our main thing is basically exploring different kinds of systems. We do a bunch of short form and long form stories, but all trying to keep it down to about an hour-long episodes. Right now, we are doing a Vampire the Masquerade story called Midnight Gravity, which a new episode drops tonight at midnight. But it is an absolute blast. So of all of our stories, it is the one I recommend the most because it's the one that's happening right now. Follow a bunch of kindred through the mysteries of Seattle and what's going on. Ooh. Additionally, about me, I stream on Twitch here as Majora's Rose. And then I am at Rachel Cordell everywhere for my personal stuff. I'm an actor. I do movies and stuff. And that's a little bit about me, but mostly check out RP Jesters because it's a good time.
Yay! And if you liked this and want to potentially play with some of us, consider joining the TTRPG Collective. That's my little plug. It's almost 500 members. I can't believe it. It just
Seriously, it's almost 500 now?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I believe it.
I
swear, last time I heard you say that, you were like, we're almost at 400. And I was like, what?
Yeah, it's been a lot more. It's great. And it is one of the best things I've ever done in my life. I'm really proud of it. And I would have never met any of you all if it weren't for Threads and the collective. And so if you are not a member and you'd like to be one, it's free. There is a link in the chat for the Discord, and there are games happening all the time. Mutual support, networking opportunities, educational opportunities. We had an edu panel here last month, which will be on our YouTube channel that I still have to change from my YouTube channel to the collective. So that'll be there. This VOD will be there. The Vampire Masquerade VODs will be there, and all the other games that the collective performs on Ain't Got Crit. So other than that, I am a cozy horror streamer on Twitch. You can find me at Air My Laundry, and we play a lot of scary games and talk about mental health and all gay stuff and being kind, and it's really fun. That's all I have, and you all were amazing, and thank you so much for being so fucking supportive and so cool. And I've always wanted to play at a Women Plus table, and I'm just so happy that I get to do that. This is my very first one, and I'm just so happy that I get to do that with all of you. It's super. Everyone's so hot and so fun, and I can't wait to play more. We could talk later about maybe
see what my hair actually looks like. It ain't so hot back here.
Every hair on your head is hot.
Goths versus Molgoths. I will do it.
Yes.
If
yes.
y'all get a seventh person,
yes.
I will do it.
So, anyways, thank you so much. I really appreciate you all so much. And that is, we should raid somebody, of course.
We should.
Let me find
High Shelf
somebody to
Collective.
raid. Huh? Who? Oh, High Shelf Collective? You fucking got it. Hold on.
Oh, I need to follow them.
Actually, hold on. I think my honey is still in the other room. Can you set up a raid? My wonderful husband of mine. Yes, he is in the chat. Can you set up High Shelf Collective? Yeah. Thank you. The mysterious voice in the background.
Disembodied bass voice.
Yeah. As you wish.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, I think he loves you.
I think he might. I think I might. Don't tell him though. Don't tell him I have a little bit of a crush on him because, like, I'm here for the ladies tonight.
Yeah.
I don't know when it will. We can't raid? Oh, we can't raid as if we're not affiliate? It won't allow a raid. Weird.
Wait, really? No.
They
What?
don't allow a raid.
Oh, so we can't raid.
Oh, I know. Yeah,
Who else
they
do you want?
don't really do raids all that often. That's right.
Manual
Right.
raid.
Well, everybody go here. Shout out High Shelf Collective.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Rachel. Okay,
You're
so
welcome.
everybody go there. Get out of here. Go on, get.
Oh, ow, bye.
Bye. See ya.
Get out.
Bye.
Unofficial raid part.
And I don't even have an ending screen here, so I'm just gonna cut it. So everybody say goodbye.
Oh, yeah.
Bye.